think we're waiting on one more committee member that was expected today, and maybe a couple of other folks, but I think we can get started. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. This is the second committee meeting. We have a few things to cover kind of up front, as we did in that first meeting. And we actually have a couple of new faces here today on the committee. I see Elizabeth. Elizabeth, do you mind taking yourself off mute and just giving us a quick introduction?
Sure. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Bunga, and I'm the Deputy Building Codes Administrator with Clackamas County. I'm sorry I missed last meeting. I was on a vacation, and I think I let Laura know, and she let you know last week. So this is all new to me, so I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm going to lean on you guys to guide on how this works. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth, and thanks for being here. That's great. I don't think we have any other introductions. I do see a familiar face. Gary, do you want to say hi to the committee or anything up here up front?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Tony. Gary Lampla, semi-retired, previous member of numerous BCD code committees. I know how important your guys' work is on these tough issues. I just, watch in and keep up on the codes and see how you guys do.
Good to see you, Gary. So today's meeting, we're going to start with kind of a quick review of what we covered in the first meeting. And there was one outstanding item, and I think kind of an outstanding discussion that we want to have on that item. And that item was regarding handrails in Chapter 10 and the exemptions for Group R3. And so we're going to bring that up first here and cover that. And then if the committee has any other items from the first meeting that you'd like to bring back up, and for any reconsideration, more discussion, et cetera, you can do that. So I think Laura's, she's probably multitasking right now, but I think shortly here, she's going to be able to bring up the Chapter 10 draft, and that on the matrix, I think it was an item 10-16. Bring that up right now. All right. And it was section 1011.11. Right there. So the discussion as we had during that first meeting was regarding the handrail exemptions. They were existing organ amendments specific to Group R3, and we had some discussions about those licensed facilities that are permitted by licensure to be located within dwellings. And so a couple of things. I just wanted to clarify the committee's position, clarify our understanding of kind of the committee's recommendation on the division's technical side. So based on the feedback that we received during that meeting, we were under the impression that we were going to be pointing these care facilities, which are permitted to be located within dwellings under licensure, we were going to be pointing to the residential code construction standards. So not saying that they're governed by the residential code, but to the construction standards of the residential code. But then there were specific things in the OSSC that would need to be addressed, right? So 13D domestic system in accordance with Chapter 9, which Eric's going to kind of walk the committee through later, and then also accessibility. So there's going to be a couple of things there, depending on whether it's existing. Our friends over at the City of Portland and Jody, who's on here, is going to be working on language there for the existing side. But basically requiring those two things. So we would have a sprinkler system, we'd have accessibility. So very similar to like what we discussed, a live work unit, which is, you have to come over to the OSSC and meet all of these certain things. And then otherwise you're able to construct in accordance with the ORSC provisions. And so this 1011.11 in the committee recommendation to come up with some language, it was a tabled item, and the language that we drafted based on that recommendation is before you. I wasn't sure if the handrails was part of that. And so I'm looking for some clarification from the committee on what way you want to go. If I have the understanding incorrect, if we still want to include handrails as part of that, the domestic residential sprinkler system accessibility as applicable and the handrail exemptions. So I don't know if anyone from the committee wants to weigh in.
I think for me, I was thinking that the handrails, based on the amount of money that would be invested for that and the great care that it would help with, that I was hoping that we would provide them through the OSSC as opposed to the residential standard, so that the handrail would meet the OSSC requirements for handrails as opposed to the residential. So if this is to exempt or provide a direction to see handrails in the residential code, I'd say not to do that.
Okay. Any other committee thoughts?
This is Terry Whitehill. And I have to admit that I have mixed feelings on this. I hate having a lot of exemptions, so you're bouncing between two codes. And so I have to admit, I'm kind of riding the fence on that part of it. I've never liked not having, being allowed to have the 3 steps before you need a handrail. But on the other side of it, don't like bouncing so many things back and forth. I understand the accessibility's got to be there, and then the sprinkler is the other one. Yeah, I'm kind of riding the fence on that, on the handrails.
Would it be helpful to the committee if we kind of draft some language capturing some different approaches for the committee to consider regarding these licensed care facilities that are permitted by licensure to be located within dwellings, and just kind of summarize it? To me, it's very similar to a live work unit where you have to, require these certain things, but I want to make sure that the language is consistent, throughout the OSSC.
I think it would be helpful for me. I just have a clarification on the live work unit. I'm not familiar with it that well. Would the live work unit, as it stands currently, allow a residential handrail?
No, because, so it wouldn't be under the R3. That's a good question, Mr. Sandoval. So it's not, so when you go to the live work unit, it's a very unique thing, but the entire live work unit gets classified as R2. So then you would be using those provisions. And then we also discussed the allowance potential for pointing back to that 13D system for those live work units that are located in detached dwellings. So no, it wouldn't be subject to these same group R3 provisions, but it does allow you generally to just follow the ORSC construction standards for things that aren't covered by the live work unit provisions, if that helps.
Sure, I understand that.
Yeah, I would agree that if you could put together a little matrix or something, Tony, that would probably be helpful for everybody to see.
Okay. And is the committee, does the committee agree on that we would provide some clarifications? It's obviously going to include the Chapter 3 language that we already looked at in the first meeting. It's going to include this handrail. It's going to include some pieces from Chapter 11 that are already existing, right up, I think, in 1103 regarding childcare facilities in dwellings, and kind of lump that all together in maybe a single committee resource for a future meeting. And then we're going to be pointing those to the construction standards of the residential code based on the feedback that we've received. And then also maintaining that we're going to, as long as these certain elements are provided within that design. Does that sound right to the committee?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I'm hoping to work, Terry, with Jody on that too, because obviously the majority of these are existing buildings. And so I just want to make sure that the language is consistent. So great. And then on the 1011 language that's on the screen in front of you, is there any concerns with the way that we've captured that? That's just draft language for your review, for comment, for considerations.
Can you repeat that again, Tony?
Sure. Yeah. So the language in front of you from 101111 on the handrails, it's just draft language that we drafted based on, it was the outstanding item from that last meeting. And so it's listed in the matrix as requiring additional meetings or additional language. And so we had captured it there. So that light blue, if you can see the distinction in the blue, we provided some draft language there for you to consider.
Yeah, that looks like it lines up with the ideas we were talking about to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So we'll do that, and we'll include that same section in that summary for these care facilities that are permitted to be located in dwellings, if that makes sense. And we're gonna try to capture them specifically within that matrix, and we'll bring that to you at a future meeting if that works for everybody. I'm seeing some thumbs up. Lots of thumbs up. All right, good. And I see that Seth joined us. So before we get into any of the other questions from the first meeting, Seth, do you mind opening up your mic and just giving a quick introduction? Thanks for being here.
Yeah, hi, this is Seth Thomas. I work for KPFF Consulting Engineers. I'm a structural engineer here to advise mostly on the chapter 16 through 23 related scope, and 31, I suppose, 34.
Great. Thanks for that, Seth. Are there any concerns about any of the other items that we covered in the first meeting? Anything that we want to bring back up? So we made a lot of progress in that first meeting, really great, a lot of good work. We made it through chapter 10. We jumped over chapter 9, which we'll be covering today. And any questions or concerns?
Yeah, Tony, I kind of floated this provision that I talked about last week about the extension for the H5 travel distance to some colleagues. And within it, it requires the ventilation to continue running through the egress as an item number 4. I think it was 1017 exception 2.3. I can't remember. It's a 2024 provision, so you may not have it available to you, but it's that email that I'd sent later. So within that, where it says H5 200-foot C, there's another footnote that's down there in the 2024 code that allows the next language to be included. And in there, the item number 4 is to continue the ventilation. And this is in conflict with the requirement for smoke detection to shut down the makeup air units. So the two of them are trying to compete with each other. And so what we were thinking is maybe there's some opportunity in chapter 9 in terms of the 909 smoke provisions to show the priority of that and maybe point back to this section. So it's not in the 2024 revision that the General Assembly put together, but we just see that as potentially being a conflict for jurisdictional review. I don't know if this may be too complicated to talk about in the committee, but that's what we looked at after I proposed that last time.
So when we cover chapter 9 today, Mr. Sandoval, do you want to bring that up? Kind of in
that'd be
order
good.
where you think?
I could do that, sure.
And then we can add that proposed language to 1017 based on that 2024 language
Yes.
for committee consideration.
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay, we'll
Thank
do
you.
that. Yeah, absolutely. Anything else on the first meeting and the the items that we covered. Okay. Not seeing any other comments there. So for today's agenda, we're going to go through chapter 9. Eric is here to lead us through chapter 9, thankfully. And then we are going to go to chapter 11 after that. A lot of ground to cover. Then we move into within chapter 11, we have 2 public proposals for the committee to consider. And then when we get to chapter 12, we also have another public proposal for the committee to consider. So I think with that, unless there are any other questions before we get going on the technical provisions, I'm going to turn it over to Eric and we'll get going on chapter 9. All right, Eric, I think you're up.
All right. Pardon me. Thanks, Tony. Just reminder as we bomb through this, I think we have 30 or so items in 9, so got a lot to get through, like 10 last time. But just a quick reminder up ahead, Tyler, we'll be looking for money issues. There's quite a few changes in 9, new requirements. So we'll just want to address those as we go along. So my intent is to just kind of do what we did last time, and that's go through the matrix. You should have an updated matrix. I think Laura made some tweaks this morning. Tony and I were throwing some stuff at her, and so she's trying to keep up with us. But so we'll just start and give a quick explanation of the matrix item, and then turn it to the committee. So unless there's any specific questions before we get started, I'll jump in. Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hand. So let's hit the matrix, chapter 9. We're on page 6 of 16 on the matrix. So 9-1, 9-1, 9-2, and 9-3 are all in section 901. So those are, we can kind of lump those together and throw them out for discussion. These are just some, pardon me, some existing Oregon amendments clarifying scope and clarifying access and water supply are under the fire official, clarifying some maintenance after C of O stuff that's not under the building official's authority, and then I think that's fire life safety plan review, the statutory requirements for fire life safety plan review. So 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, I'll kick out to the committee for any discussion. Kind of do this like last time. I'll try to, got a lot of screens and a lot of things open going on, and try to watch the video screens here for thumbs ups kind of last time. Unless if I don't hear anything and see thumbs up, we'll assume we're good.
I have a question about for items not required by code, and it said it has to comply with the state building code. What is the the wisdom behind it? What does it mean if they don't comply with the state codes, but comply with an approved standards?
That's a good question, Rabi. So this was one that kind of came up in the context of chapter 10 and the EVACs voice communication systems. You might remember in the last meeting there was some discussion about that and about when they became required or when they were traded for other code things or trade-offs were they then required. And this is just intended to clarify that if you're trading a code provision of fire protection, sprinklers, standpipes, whatever it is, alarms, that it now becomes a required system and it needs to meet the state building code to the extent of the area that those systems are installed. So that's what the intent is there, Ruby. So we'll assume then 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, we're good then. Head nods, thumbs up. Okay. Okay. So on to matrix item 9-4, which is 901.6.1. This is a new division proposed change, and this change is going to occur, or you'll see later. This is the only time we're really going to talk about it, but there's, I think, four different instances. And what we discovered, kind of part and parcel to the where it started with the adult foster care and child care sprinkler system requirement, but not limited to those, was this language, the model language that exempts supervision and monitoring for 13D systems uses the terminology 1 and 2 family dwellings. When you look at the commentary language and the intent behind it, it's very clear that the intent is to capture anywhere a 13D system can be installed, because especially with multi-purpose 13D systems, it's not possible to supervise or monitor every time you ran water. The bell would be ringing. So we went through and adjusted those where it says 1 and 2 family dwelling and just pointed back to 903.3.1.3, which lists group R3, group R2, and 1 and 2 family dwelling. So it captures all those where the scope of NFPA 13D could be applicable. And it's bypassing that supervision and monitoring requirement, which is the intent. No intended code change there, just a clarification to clearly identify the intent. So thumbs up, looks like mostly no. Okay, yeah, this one came up recently and it's what prompted us. So, okay, so 9-4, we got a good one, good thumbs up. 9-5, 902.1.3, this is another existing Oregon amendment, no change here. There's a couple of blue colors here, and I don't know if Tony touched on this when we started, but the darker blue are existing Oregon amendments. The lighter blue are new Oregon amendments. Just wanted to throw that out there. So this is the darker blue font. So this is an existing Oregon amendment, and this has just been around a while, clarifying that pumps and riser rooms that need freeze protection are low energy buildings for the purposes of energy requirements. Okay, looks like thumbs up on that one. Okay, gonna keep rolling. So 9-6 here. Sorry, I got to keep up with my notes. Laura did some updates and the numbers changed and I had notes here. So 9-6 is a modification to the model code to 903.2.4 and kind of lumping together 903.2.7 and 2.9. And this is covers upholstered furniture and mattresses. So fairly long-standing, or at least several cycle provisions that have been cleaned up, caused a lot of confusion. We had situations where you would have a furniture store with a couple of mattresses in the corner, and now are we sprinklering the whole store, or how are we counting the area? And so these changes are intended to clarify for F1 where manufacturing is going on, S1 where storage is going on, and then M retail for upholstered furniture and mattresses. So no new thresholds here. They just basically took those sections within those particular code sections. So the first one is 903.243, so sub to the F1, and they broke it out. Used to be in the list. And so now they've broken it out for F1, S1, and M, just further clarifying that we're only looking at the fire area where the upholstered furniture and mattresses are, and specifically looking at the square feet within those fire areas where the upholstered furniture and mattresses are. So if you have a 10,000 square foot area, so let me back up. 903.243 says 2,500 square feet. You have a 10,000 square foot area, but only 1,000 square feet of it is upholstered furniture or mattress manufacturing, wouldn't be in. Outside of the normal F1 requirements would still apply. But for 903.243, it wouldn't be in unless it was over the 2,500. So been confusing for quite a while, and this is all intended to clean up that language. So I'll kick it to the committee for discussion.
It just seems like it's just a reasonable clarification. So there's not really anything new here, right?
Correct. No new thresholds, no new requirements. Correct. Okay, anything else on that one?
Good.
Might need to back up here. I just remembered what I told you from the beginning was dollars. So nothing. I'm looking at the other one. So this one would be a nothing also. Okay, so far so good. All right, maybe it's the next one that would be the first dollar one. Okay, so looks like thumbs up on 9.6, clarification there. 9.7. So 9-7 is new sprinkler requirements, 903.242. And this one covers, kind of like the last one, this one covers multiple different occupancy types, the F1 and the S1. So just to cover bigger picture here, the distilled spirits provisions, this is specific to sprinklers, there's a bunch of new stuff, and this is going to be integrated from chapter 40 of the IFC. So what they've done with the distilled spirits, and lucky for us is it kind of aligns with the longstanding interpretation we've had that we kind of called an H light. So basically what they're doing with the distilled spirits is they're dealing with them specifically as a commodity, the flammable nature, F1, S1 greater than 16% for distilled spirits and wine. So they're dealing with the commodity, kind of like the flammable combustible liquids chapter does in other areas. So instead of making these an H occupancy based on commodity, they're saying that you don't have to be an H. And this is Cliff's notes, but if you follow chapter 40, which we will integrate, we haven't done that integration part yet. And then also that goes along with that are things like sprinklers. So 903.242 covers the sprinkler piece, and it imposes, again, this is greater than 16%. So the S1 language says distilled spirits or wine. The F1 feels like, and the committee can discuss this, that there's a little bit of a miss there because it just says distilled spirits. But when you go to chapter 3 under F1, it would cover wine greater than 16%. So that's clearly the intent, is to capture that greater than 16%, F2, S2 for the lower hazard stuff. So it doesn't say wine there. That's something to consider in the F1 where it does in the S1. And the other thing that to just throw out there for consideration, kind of like the upholstered furniture one that we just talked about that caused problems for quite a few cycles, this one may cause problems because there's no threshold. And for the S or F, it's just bulk, and then bulk is not defined, bulk storage. And so might be something we want to look at, want to consider, or maybe not. Again, these thresholds, I think at 0 were intended that way because they're allowing you to do some things outside of being an H occupancy. And I think that's the intention of no thresholds. But we may get into issues of, what's bulk storage. It's not defined. Is it 2 cases? Is it 4 barrels? Is it whatever? So just some things to throw out there. So I will kick it now to the committee for discussion.
Yeah, this is Terry. It'd be nice if the language were consistent between the S1 and the F1 as far as saying distilled spirits or wine, as long as there's somewhere that points you to that, what it's talking about is greater than 16%. So that would be good that there was consistency between the two. As far as bulk storage, yeah, that'll be a problem, but I don't know what the answer is either.
Yeah, it looks to me, if I were to read this and try to enforce it or interpret it, when I go toggling back and forth between the S1 903293 and the F1 903242, and I'm looking at both of those, they look almost exactly the same, except that the S1 in, the 293 says bulk storage, and it adds the idea of wine. So it appears to me that, if I were an F1, then I wouldn't need sprinklers for wine, but I would need sprinklers regardless of how small a quantity I had. And if I were an S1, I would need sprinklers for wine and distilled spirits if it were bulk. And to your point, Eric McMullen, bulk isn't defined. So part of it is the distilled spirits of like 16% or greater isn't really qualified in either of them. And wine is the only one that's covered in S1. So if you were at F1 and you were storing wine and you didn't have distilled spirits, then you wouldn't sprinkler the area or building. I'm thinking throughout, it says throughout. So it'd be, it says throughout fire area. So, if you wanted to create a fire area with all the ratings around it, you could do that. I think there is some trouble here. I think that maybe in the F1, the wine, if you stored just wine, then I guess I'm trying to think through this. Sorry, I'm babbling. It looks like F1 is manufacturing, which it should be factory. So there's a piece there. And then the S1 is storage, which makes sense. It's S. So if you were manufacturing wine, you wouldn't sprinkler. But if you're manufacturing distilled spirits, you would. And it wouldn't matter how low a percentage you would have on distilled spirits. So it seems to me like we should. I mean, the F1 isn't qualified until you get to the above 16%. Is that how it worked? I can't remember what you said earlier, Eric McMullen.
Correct. It's chapter 3 will clarify that the F1 covers all alcoholic beverages just in general at 16%. So it captures it. And when you look at the significant changes in the commentary language related to this, it says it's intended to capture. Even under the F, it talks about wine. So I don't know if it was just a miss or what, but I think that was the intention.
Well, if the commentary has the wine, then I think we should add the wine because I don't want the commentary to hold the weight. It seems to me like it should be in the code. I think that's a miss. It's in the commentary.
It should be in the code for sure.
Agreed.
And the definition of bulk. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, this was just Terry again. Yeah, the bulk thing. Yeah, if you want to address bulk, go ahead, Eric.
Well, I was just trying to figure out exactly how I work with that. And so the sprinklers on the NFPA 13 systems does provide some clarity for bulk. So it would be hard pressed to jump there from the building code, because NFPA is a different standard altogether. So, using a different standards definition, I think using the sprinkler definition might be helpful because you're already in the automatic sprinkler transfer. So maybe bulk as defined by NFPA 13 and leave it flat.
So NFPA has, NFPA 13 has a bulk definition? What is it?
Yeah.
I'll pull it up here.
While you're doing that, I was just looking back at the for the committee, looking back at the SIG changes, and now that I'm rereading it, it does look like it is separating them. Manufacturing for distilled spirits only, and then storage for distilled spirits and wine. Distilleries and storage of distilled spirits and wine. So it does look like it's separating under the F1 just distilleries, which is interesting because, you know, ports and things over 16% would be the same. They wouldn't be quite as high as distilled spirits, but so I'm going to backtrack a little bit on that.
You're muted, Eric.
I went from unmuted to muted when I clicked the button. I think that I was trying to make the commentary and the code work together. So if the commentary is not talking about wine for the F1, then I would not recommend
Okay.
changing it to the wine.
Okay, hold on. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, so I found where I read that. In the beginning, it's typical, I guess, commentary where it bounces. So it starts off talking, or this is the SIG changes that I'm looking at. So it starts off talking about that, but then in the last sentence of the SIG changes, it says also any fire area classified as group F1 where distilled spirits or wines are manufactured requires an automatic sprinkler system. So that's where I knew I had read that in there. So it starts off at the beginning of the SIG changes saying just manufacturing for distilled spirits, but storage is distilled spirits and wine. But then at the very bottom, it says, makes it clear that F1 is intended for spirits or wines. And so that's where I landed on the over 16%. The intent was anything over 16%, regardless of what it is, should fall under that. So, okay, now I'll stop. Thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. So Terry, lots of talk about bulk in NFPA 13, but no definition.
Yeah, I mean, barrels is a barrel bulk is, yeah. I mean, I like that that requirement there, and want to leave it there. And I'm hoping that maybe in the next code cycle, somebody will look to give a definition of what bulk is, because it's definitely needed.
I think NFPA 30 has definition of bulk because they deal with flammable and combustible liquids. Just trying to see there real quick. And I'm also wondering, does it make sense? Because when you look at the definition for F1, you know, under there, it talks about beverages, 16% higher alcohol content. Would it make more sense to say something like that as opposed to wine, defining like types of beverages?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, but unfortunately, we try to keep to the national code language as much as we can, but
Agreed.
That, to me, would have been better. I agree.
So I'm seeing intermediate bulk container in 30. I'm not seeing it split out directly related to bulk. Bulk packaging.
Would it make sense to include, you know, spirits, wine, and beverages above X percentage alcohol to catch those drinks that are like, well, it's not wine, it's called something else. It's not a spirit, it's called something else. You know, the new thing, whatever the commercial is, that comes out tomorrow after we've agreed on this today.
I think part of it is that when you go to chapter 3, it does explain the 16% and makes that real plain in chapter 3. So I think you get there by the code. Just, yeah. You have to remember that you need to look in chapter 3 to see where those cutoffs are.
And just for the committee, just to build off of Kenton's comment, I think the terminology is very specific because of the new chapter in the IFC. Chapter 40 is, and remember, the intent of this is to pull these very specific things out of the H occupancy. And so when we look at chapter 40 of the IFC, it is only distilled spirits and wines specifically, and then this is all part and parcel to go together, and then those are not subject specifically to chapter 50 and 57 of the IFC, which would be, you know, chapter 4 of the OSSC. So I'm thinking that the terminology to stay consistent might not want to mess with it, but just a thought.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Makes sense.
The only part I don't like is that F1 where it just says it's distilled spirits and doesn't mention wine.
So we just maybe add wine to that particular, to the F1.
Well, I know historically we've had in Oregon some strong debates on wineries, and there's been some dialogue with the Building Codes Division on that over time. And I'm wondering if, even though this might be the right time to do that, that we stay in the international building code language for one more cycle to allow this to ferret itself out. I'm a little bit hesitant to provide a financial impact on the wine industry. I mean, the F1 is going to get you a sprinkler system at some point. This would be earlier than that because it has the wine in it. If we change it to include wine, the storage of those bulk areas after they make the wine will have to be sprinkled based on this, and it's embedded in the international code. I'm thinking this is a step in the right direction. Wine is less flammable than the distilled spirits. I say do not include the wine in the F1 portion.
Problem is that the commentary says in there that you would include wines, basically, if they're more than 16%. That's, yeah. But yeah, I think that's what'll end up happening. You know, with this storage, S1 is anything greater than 16% in chapter 3, and it's S2 if it's less. So I think that keeps you out of it. Anything that's less than 16%, which for most of the wine industry, I think they fall under that. So
That's true. So again, Terry, and Eric McMullen, getting back to the F1, if we add the wine to it, will be consistent with the commentary, and it will affect wine that's above 16%. Is that how that would read? If we use the F1 definition of distilled spirits and wine, it says above 16%.
Eric, is that the same breakpoint between F1 and F2? I think it is, isn't it? 16%.
For beverage is correct, both for storage and for manufacturing.
Yeah.
Okay, Yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's do that. Let's add wine to the F1 provision, and the rest will be carried with the chapter 40 embed into the OSSC in chapter 4.
And then I think we just leave bulk the way it is, even though it's be a problem for plan review, but
Yeah, it's messy.
yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, a couple things. Just so it looks like I'm going to make sure we caught this for Laura. So you just want to add wine to the F1. Looks like Laura's in process. And is it? Does that look right, everybody? Just singular. Laura, is it wine or wines? Spirit or wine. Yep, that looks right. Distilled spirits or wine. That matches the S1. Okay.
Yeah, and that in chapter 3 for Fs, it's kind of the same thing. You're an F2 if you're less than 16%. So I think it's covered there.
For both.
Yeah, for both.
And then these are new requirements. So these would be new sprinkler requirements for these two uses.
So I think what you're kind of alluding to, Eric McMullen, is that there'd be some financial impact, which for Tyler to hear about, right? Because that's a new thing.
Right. And in contemplating that, I guess it would be reasonable to take into account that there's a whole bunch of new provisions related to this that makes it not an H occupancy. So there's trade-offs, there's ventilation, there's sprinklers, there's things that would be added to these storage or manufacturing, but you're also not subject to MAQs in an H occupancy. So just something to consider.
I think that the distribution of distilled spirits and wines were already excluded from the H, but this was a whole for sure, the manufacturing and the storage of them. So
Overall.
yeah, I think there would be
Yeah, it's kind of hard because I think the wine industry, most of them are less than 16%. So I don't know how big of an impact it has there. I think it's very select few that do the greater than 16%. And with the distilled spirits, at times they kick into things that required a lot of requirements, like you're saying. So it's kind of a mixed bag. For some, it's actually going to save them money, and for other times it may add some costs. So it's
yeah. So I think it depends on what was being enforced before, right? Because you could enforce it all the way to the H level if your jurisdiction was reviewing it and saying that doesn't fit anywhere else, it's got to be an H, or over the quantity, there's no exception in the H. Another jurisdiction would say, well, it's similar to what's happening in dispense, and so you wouldn't require all the H occupancies. But I think the straight administrative language would say that it is straight up H, whether the jurisdictions were enforcing it that strongly or not. So there should be a reduction in cost because of the other pieces.
Yeah,
I don't know what that-
in Portland, we had actually a lot of appeals that they tried to keep themselves out of H's, and we were doing trade-offs on what they were offering us and separations and things. So I think in a lot of ways, this does make it better. And so I think, when you take the whole picture, I don't know how much of an increase there will actually be, because you're saving in some areas and maybe increasing some costs in a few other areas. So it may be a wash all said and done. I just don't know for sure.
Yeah, I could even see some building planning problems if it were an H3 occupancy.
Mm.
So, trying to get it to the exterior of the building, trying to make sure you have your egress shorter, separations of 1 hour or more between it and adjacent areas. I don't know. It seems like a cost reduction to me. I don't know if the percentage of reduction would be, but typically these mechanical and fire safety systems can be anywhere from 1% to 8% of the cost of construction. So maybe we take an average of that.
You got that, Tyler?
I think so.
All righty then. So Tyler's happy for now. And so we're just going to add wine. We're all good on that one. Okay. So 9, where are we? 10, 9, 8. 9-8, which is an existing, again, longstanding existing regulation or Oregon amendment for substantial alteration or damage for group R2 apartments, for sprinklers. No new language here, but we are going to recommend that gets bumped to chapter 34 with existing building stuff. We probably should have been last go around.
I don't have that language noted here.
Yeah, it won't be in 9, Laura, because
Yeah.
we're saying we're going to move it, but it's just comes up because it used to be in 9, and we're not proposing any changes to it. It's been around for quite a long time, since back when I was at Tualatin Valley is when we did that. So
Hey, Eric, this is Kenton. One thing I noticed when I was just going through the code and wanted to backtrack on just a little bit. Sorry to do this to everybody, but it was 901.6.2.
okay.
And we can jump forward again. Let's see. Let's look at the. All right, sorry about that. Let me just get caught up here. Let's if you roll, I think it was 901.6.2. Oh yeah, what's the under 901.6? What's the charging? Yeah. So 901.6.2 integrated testing is in the fire code is a completely separate line item. So it's like it would be 901.7. It's not something that's associated with supervisory service. So what happened, I think, is when they made this change in the IBC, they copied the actual 901.6.2 from the IFC and put it here when it's a totally separate provision.
Mm.
So it needs to be like made 901.7 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. That's a good catch. We didn't, that was new in the 19 and we didn't pick up on that, but yep, it's not related. Shouldn't be a sub to 0.6. So.
Right. It's not part of the new stuff, but just needs to be adjusted.
Yeah, might have to bump that to 9017 and then 9017 for fire errors to 9018. Are you following that, Laura?
No, which section?
Okay, so where you're at there, 9016 and 61 should be standalone. Then 90162 integrated testing should actually not be sub to 6. It has nothing to do with 6. So it should probably go to 901.7 and then renumber down, and then 9017 becomes 9018. And that would take care of it. So all of those 901.6s
So all of
under
it?
that. Yep, these would
Okay.
all be 901.721 or whatever, 901.71
Okay.
code hierarchy becomes. Yeah. Yep. So all of
Alright.
that one becomes its own section. And then at the end, fire areas 907.8 needs, well, or 90,
901.8.
yeah, and 901 will be 8. Yep. Yep. Okay.
I'll do it.
All right. Good hit, Kenton.
Got my support.
Everybody else good with that? Good cleanup. Good cleanup. Okie dokie. Now we're good to go back to the matrix. We were looking at substantial alteration and damage. Again, everybody good with just moving that, keeping the language the same, moving it to IEBC or to 34, which will be IEBC. Okay. Lots of happy thumbs. 9-9, I think we skip, right, Tony? I don't think there's any reason to address this. That's what you talked about up front, that we're going to have to tweak some language. Correct? There's no sense in really talking about it because it's going to get tweaked. This is the care facility stuff. And so we'll skip 9-9. 9-10 is another new or a modification and another new sprinkler requirement, 903.2.10. And this one addresses parking garages, specifically open parking garages greater than 48,000 square feet. So there was a fire in the UK in London that precipitated this change. And so what traditionally has always happened with open parking garages, and we talked about this a lot in the fire service, was the old 3-car concept. So you would get like a fire would get going in one car and it would spread to the 2 cars next to it. And then by the time it gets to the next 2 cars, the one in the middle's done. And it never gets to be this giant conflagration of 50 cars burning. And so a lot of the provisions for sprinklers and standpipes, and we're going to talk standpipes later on the same issue, were based on that. So, but now they've come full circle because of a fire in the UK and the changes in cars. Lots more synthetics, lots more plastics, lots more fiberglass, synthetic bodies, synthetic interiors, electrical components, EV stuff, lots of more hot burning stuff. So that was what precipitated this change. So you'd still have the normal S2 triggers for 12,000, but now there's a new one, item 3 there, 903.2.10. for greater than 48,000 square feet for open parking garages.
This is Seth. Quick question. I'm not a fire guy at all. Does it matter how many floors that 4,800 square feet spread over? Like if you have a 2,400 or 24,000 square foot footprint on 2 levels, it's 48,000 square feet. But if you've got a 6-inch PT slab separating the 2 levels, this could be the ignorant structural side of me.
No,
I
it's a
don't
good one.
fire.
I think for me, for the fire area is the key phrase there, because fire areas typically are bumping up the rating that would normally be there. So if you had a separation of 1 hour between an F and a B or an S2 and something else, you'd do 2 hours, something like that. So your concrete slab could in fact be a part of the fire area evaluation. So if you constituted the floor as a segregation of fire area, each floor would be a separate 48,000 square feet. Potentially that would work. I don't know. Most of these parking garages that grow pretty big, 90,000, 120,000 square feet, you'd have to compartmentalize your floor into 48,000 with these fire area pieces, potentially.
Yeah, I'm more thinking the floor to floor separation that you
Yeah,
naturally.
the problem is the ramp. The problem is the ramp is open, so
Yeah.
they're interconnected. And then sometimes the ramp has parking on them. They can vary a lot as how they're set up. So it'd be really hard to separate them, to be truthful, because you'd have to have some kind of a roll down door or something that came down. But somebody could propose something, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, potentially a roll down door is cheaper than fire sprinkling your garage.
Yes, stairs are typically open in parking garage and so are shafts. So those are allowances. So a lot of holes that are poking through these floors. But yeah.
Yep. I'm not a fire guy. I was just asking the question.
No. No, it's a good question. And I think the committee's on track there. I mean, you would need, chapter 7 would drive you to a 2-hour fire barrier. So you would have to have a horizontal separation, 2-hour fire barrier to be a separate fire area based on the language. Because it's based on every 48,000. So likely, very, very unlikely. Not impossible, but especially, I don't know how you deal with that on an open parking garage with the openings and the extension above. I don't know how you would ever do that.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one because that was a big fire and what took place there, but it's the only time that I've ever really heard of that happening. We get fires in parking garages all the time. That was really unusual. That was the first time I've ever heard of one that spread throughout.
Yeah, I think SeaTac has their ramps outside the structure in a circular piece, and so they each penetrate each floor separately. But a lot of ramps are integral to the parking garage. You just keep climbing inside.
Yeah. So this one probably does have a cost associated with it.
Yeah, maybe Keaton knows what sprinklers cost per square foot. Or group 2.
Open parking garages at least are relatively easy to install because you're not concealing pipe typically, but you're probably still looking at $4 a square foot, somewhere in that range. That's what I'd hazard to guess.
Again, it's one of those where I probably support it just because it's the national code language and that's where we're trying to go.
The other thing is EV cars are we talked about the synthetics, Eric talked about that, but also the EV cars are really like the battery systems, not just in EV cars, but in any circumstance are pretty bad. So yeah, I'd support it because it's national too, plus it's good fire protection.
Hey, thumbs ups. And dollars, since this is a new requirement.
Yeah, I think Keaton mentioned $4 a square foot. That's good with me.
Okay.
And we don't anticipate that having much of an impact on small businesses, given that it's parking garages, which I assume apply to, I guess supposedly someone that owns a parking garage could be a small business.
Takes a lot of money though to build it.
Yes.
Are you good, Tyler?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Before we go to the next one, which is kind of related, but I need to back up just a little bit. And Laura, could you scroll? I never know if it's up or down, above, right there. Keep back down to the upholstered furniture one. When we were talking about, yeah, right there. We were talking about that. I forgot to mention. There's also, we did the S's and the M's. I just wanted to point out that exception. Pardon me, which is a really good exception. Self-service storage facilities, 1 story with outside doors. So this has been a big issue for the upholstered furniture and mattresses, where you never know what's in these storage. People are putting their houses in there, so you're going to have furniture and mattresses in there. And so we had folks trying to apply sprinkler requirements based on that to self-service. So this is another really good cleanup that it's saying, look, as long as it's the single story, garden variety self-storage with the doors to the outside, it's not subject to this upholstered furniture and mattresses, because it was impossible to figure out. I mean, furniture would be spread everywhere. So I forgot to bring that up. I'm making sure the committee's good with that change. Okay, thanks for indulging me on that one. Okay. Next one is 9, where am I?
9/11, I think. Mechanical access parking
9/11.
garages, yeah.
Yep, this is also new language for sprinkler systems for a fairly newer-ish technology. So these are just these large enclosed. I believe this one is, yeah, enclosed. So these are just giant storage for where you're pulling up and there's sticking your car on a ramp and mechanically taking it down the aisle and up to the 3rd floor or whatever and stick it in a little cubby, for lack of a better term, but basically mechanically parking the cars. So requiring sprinklers for those.
This also, I mean, because we see a lot of smaller ones of these that are just, you know, in apartment buildings, they put these in. I'm assuming it would still apply, but they're usually sprinklered anyway because they're mixed use building.
They are. The key here, and the thing I didn't mention, I apologize, is that because of the uniqueness of these, they're mostly concrete, but in most cases, but they're just a bunch of little cubbies. So they have all of these compartmented areas. So notice that the last sentence there talks about a specially engineered sprinkler system. So it's not just your run of the mill standard sprinkler system to try to address, because really most of the hazard is the vehicles. The concrete's not typically the hazard. That's usually what they are. But so there is going to be it's not just your normal system.
Yeah, the ones we see are pretty much steel, 3 high usually. Yeah.
This couldn't be misinterpreted as just a parking garage with like a mechanical gate door entry, right? That's not going to happen at inspection or plan check or anything.
The lead-in is, but when you read in below where it says buildings used for storage, I don't think it will be.
It's defined in chapter 2 specifically, so no, it shouldn't be an issue. It's mechanical access and closed parking garage is a defined term.
Okay, thanks.
Good question. Thumbs ups. Okay, so we're good on that. Whew, 9:12. Let me know when if anybody needs to take a break. I guess we've only been going an hour, but I'm just going to keep going unless I hear otherwise. So 9:12 is an existing Oregon amendment, 903-211-7, and this is just with a little added clarification there for piers and wharves that for sprinklers for piers and wharves, but only when they are regulated. You notice the last sentence, when within the scope of the regulation, which would mean those that have a superstructure or a regulated structure that they are supporting. Existing amendment.
Yeah, this is good cleanup. I like the way it's been adapted to the new administration pieces that we were looking at last year. So I appreciate the change in the write-up.
Okay, looks like I'm seeing thumbs ups. So we'll take that one. 9-13 brings us to there. This is a fun one. So this is 903.3.1.2. And this is a new in a series of model code changes to, wait a minute, am I in the wrong section? Hold on, let me catch up with myself here. Nope, that's right, 903.3.1.2. Okay. So this is the model code has been making lots of tweaks to NFPA 13R specifically. So, and this is one that's it's good to focus on because folks miss this. They'll go straight to NFPA 13R and miss that there's all these kind of amendments to 13R, which they're modifications. And this is a new one. So they've done it in attics for 13R. They've done it in balconies and decks for 13R. So basically you go to 13R, but then, but with these changes. So with this change is pretty significant in the model code. So now they're adjusting the scope of 13R under the IBC. So it used to be, it was 60 feet, 4 stories or 60 feet. And in effect, the 4 stories will still be applicable, but now it's going to be 30 feet, the floor level of the highest story or lowest, highest story. So floor level at 30 feet, similar to standpipes. And the basis is going to be the required fire department vehicle access. So it's going to be a measurement from grade. And so what happened with these and what's caused some of these changes is mostly the podium buildings, where you've got a couple of stories underneath, and then the old code would start that measurement at the top of the podium or the bottom of the R that's sitting on top of the podium. So you would get these pretty tall buildings. So they made a change last time for sprinklered attics to get at 55 feet for floor or not ceiling, roof systems at 55 feet. So the model code did that last time to help address this. And so now they're taking the next step and bypassing the NFPA 13 scoping language of 4 stories still works, but the 60 feet, which is from grade. So for a podium building under the standard, you'd be measuring from grade to get to the 60 feet. But now under this new language, it would be a floor level, not roof system, not average height of the building. So the floor level at 30 feet, just like standpipes, above the lowest required fire department vehicle access. Notice required is underlined. That's an add. That's something that the division is proposing. We've had some issues come up related to the definition of high rise related to this, that anywhere in the code, there's multiple areas in the code that are basing provisions on fire department vehicle access. And so by adding the term required to that, we're clarifying that the fire official gets to say where they need access. So required fire department vehicle access is not determined by the building official, and it's not determined anywhere that a fire vehicle could drive. It's where the fire official says, we need to come up and park. We need this section, we need this side, we need that side to operate, because these are based on the operations. These distances, these heights are based on fire operation. And so you're going to go to the fire official first, and they're going to say, here's where we need to be able to get. And if there's 2 sides of the building that they say we don't need to get to, then you're not measuring from those sides. This is the effect of required, and you're going to see that throughout. So I will now kick it to the committee for discussion.
I have no comments. That's a nice explanation.
I just want to, I know that there was something in the latest code hearings on this, but I don't remember what the result was or the voting on it. So you might check that, because if it gets changed in the next code and that 30 feet goes away back to 60, we might not want to put this in now to just change it again next cycle. So, but I just, for the life of me, can't remember what the answer was to that. So that might be, I would check that and verify what happened in this code cycle in the voting.
Yeah, it seems like it
right
might
now.
rule out a lot of 4-story buildings that are just even just regular residential.
Yeah,
not on
because
a
I
podium,
think
but-
I think the 60 feet was what was being voted on, but I just, for the life of me, can't remember if it got moved forward or not.
So I'll check into that. That's a good hit, Terry. One of the things that I didn't clarify here is this is just a scoping. I forgot to mention. So basically, it would just kick you to a 13 system. So it is more expensive, and it is, higher, more coverage. But a lot of the reason that they were doing this was having tall unsprinklered attics. because 13R allows you to have the unsprinklered attics, all the way up to 55 feet now with some conditions. So that was part of the premise, again, based on fire department operations, aerial apparatus, unsprinklered attics. So, but that's a good hit. And I can check, I made a note to check in on that, because there's two different pieces, and it could have been the 55-foot attic conversation that changed from 60 as well also, Terry.
Yeah, and I just don't remember well enough.
I'll check into it. Good call. So you want to put this one kind of on the side burner, and I can check that between meetings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it as long as it's not changing again in this current voting cycle that's going on.
Okay. Anything else on that one? So the action item would be, sounds like okay, as long as it's staying this way. If it's changing, we'll bring it back. I'll look it up and bring back some language. Okay. Ah, 9:14. 14 is a longstanding existing Oregon amendment. This is another one of those that I get to own from back from my Tuolumne Valley days. So this one, no change here. It's just not limiting that sprinkler on the upper floor to having a roof above. And that was based on some actual fires that we'd experienced at the time where that sprinkler actually activated and worked on the upper floor without a roof above, just the eave.
What if there's no eave? Does it still work? It seems like there's a lot of buildings which is straight, flat, edge of roof construction.
That was Jody, right? Good question. Yeah, we've never premised it. I mean, it's not premised on an eave. I just mentioned that because those fires, I think one of them, they put a heat collector over top of the head, which is possible, that helps. I mean, it's super hard because you're out on a windy day and the wind's blowing sideways. You never know, but we just had some effective upper balconies without a roof where the sprinkler worked. But it's not necessarily predicated on an eave being present either.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thumbs ups. Okay. Let us continue. So we get another of the same sort of height type of conversation with 13R. So this is another adjustment to NFPA 13R in the model code. This is 9-15, which is to section 903.3.1.2.2. This is the open corridor conversation. Some of you may have dealt with this. It's a little cleaner when we're dealing with exterior balconies like the old Motel 6s, but what this was intended to address, or what the standard allows, is like open corridors that are open to the atmosphere are not required to be sprinklered. And what they're after here is freeze, not requiring additional freeze protection. Because remember, 13D, 13R systems try to keep the cost down. That's why attics are not sprinklered typically, because they're trying to stay away from these areas that are going to freeze. So the code as it was previously allowed more flexibility for these areas that were open to the atmosphere. And on the national code side, they decided it was too much flexibility. And so you see these new provisions here. I think number 5 is the only one that's not new. But number The other ones are intended to help clarify when sprinklers would be required in these corridors. So like some of the 45-degree thing is you get these enclosed corridors that might be like a U shape that are open on the end, and then they go into the building and make a big U and come out and are open on the other end, but the whole thing is enclosed inside, but it's open to the atmosphere. So 13R would allow it not to be sprinklered. In certain cases now, this would require sprinklers in those spaces.
Hasn't there been some development in the sprinkler industry where we're using PEX pipe now as well? So maybe there's less potential for breakage in the piping. So sprinkler in an outdoor area may not be as critical.
I'm not aware of PEX for 13R. D systems can.
Okay.
Although I'm assuming you can use a dry head on a sidewall and get there probably, and then not have a freeze issue.
Yeah, probably in most cases, as long as the sidewalls, there's certain, if you have a lot of beams and things like that, then sidewalls become problematic. But as long as it's flat, smooth. Yep.
I'm okay with it. Sounds like there might be some minimal cost increase if there's these that weren't being sprinklered in the past, but I think I don't know what we've done.
So I agree that there will be some cost impact, and this will be a pretty big hit to some of our clients. I'm assuming that the ICC decided to add this because there have been some safety issues in the past. It's kind of hard to disagree with the safety portion of it.
Yeah, if those are open in the middle and you get people with their little hibachi next to the wall or out there, even though they're probably not supposed to have it, that's where you get fires.
Janice, I'm looking at the significant changes now. And it does not indicate that the code change. I could, look up the reasoning in the monograph, but at least in the significant changes, it doesn't say anything about. Just talks about the code taking precedence over the standard, and that the standard was too liberal in this area.
And generally, I think that we need to stay with the base code as much as possible. So I would also agree or recommend to move this forward.
Yeah, it doesn't say. Usually it'll give you it's because we had fires or instances, but I think somebody decided that it was the standard was giving away too much, basically, is what the SIG changes is saying. Okay, so looks like okays, thumbs ups. Now this one is going to have some money. Did we get to Tyler on that when I was looking? I'm sorry.
Yes, I
It
think
does
so.
seem like it's a challenge to cost it. So I don't know if you have what you need, but just like Terry was saying, I mean, you might be able to use sidewall dry sprinklers and we can, I guess, stab at it. The only way I can think of it is like, if you had linear feet of balcony space or corridor, you could have a sidewall about every 15 feet. So when they're, I don't know, maybe $300 a drop. And so $30 a linear foot. I don't know if that we can really quantify that though.
I think it's okay if we have a rough estimate. It doesn't necessarily need to be crazy precise. We just need to know if it's generally a fiscal impact one way or the other.
Yeah, and I don't know how many buildings fall under this, because it doesn't hit all of them. There's the scoping, so.
Yeah, I've dealt with this a couple of times in the 4 years since I've been at BCD. I think I only remember a couple of times where the issue has come up in these scenarios. Okay, you good, Tyler, on that?
I think so. Thank you.
All right, good. 9:16, still plugging along. 9:04, now we're out of sprinklers. Now we're in, well, yeah, regular sprinklers. Now we're into automatic fire protection systems. Fire extinguishing systems. So 9:03, or 9:04:14, I mean, sorry, 9-16, item 9-16, 9:04:14, domestic cooking facilities. This is an existing Oregon amendment that the committee added last time. Was allowing some domestic ranges in like dormitories, and there was some language elsewhere in the code that was specific to operated by a college or university for student housing, and the committee brought it into this section as well for consistency. So existing amendment, no change suggested. Okay, looks like lots of thumbs up. Easy peasy. 9-17, item 9-17 in the matrix, 90531. So this is a we're into standpipes, by the way, 905. So this is a change to the standpipe requirements that also aligns with the sprinkler change to open parking. And basically it is, it's now, it's pulling together open and closed. It adjusts some exceptions. There was a couple of exceptions to the class 3. So typically for standpipes in open and closed parking structures, you get a class 3 standpipe, which is fire department use and general public. So you get a big connection and then a smaller hose. Usually these are the ones you see in the little cabinets. And the idea is that, the general public can grab a hose and fight fire a little bit. So this is an adjustment to those. There was exceptions that allowed you to go from the class 3 to class 1. The exception's still there. The difference is subtle, and it's now, instead of just being open, it's opener and closed. And then it gets away from the 150-foot limitation. So there was a limitation because the type of water supply could have been not automatic. And so they limited, because for the fire department use side, class 1 is fire department use only. So now, this one's kind of harder to explain, but the idea is that there's more flexible water supply options for the open side for the designer. Class 1 is still allowed, but basically you're just applying the water supply based on the scenario. So if you need freeze protection, you do that like on an open where you wouldn't on a close. And again, this is part and parcel to the changes for sprinkler changes, and the changes, same argument about the type of dynamic of the vehicles or type of material in vehicles. So we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't think I have any issues.
There's probably some cost increase, but can be balanced with the use of the class 1 standpipes. So probably better fit for the cars that we have.
And on the pardon me, on the cost issue, I don't think it's probably an issue because these are exceptions. not code mandates. So these are just changes to some options that wouldn't be required. So I don't know that we'd have to worry about cost on that one. Okay, thumbs up. So I'm talking with myself muted. Looks like thumbs ups on that. Okay. Laura keeping up. Good. 9-18 item. Now we're into fire alarms. 907.2. So this first one is in 907.2. So this is a combination of existing Oregon amendment and clarification. So the existing longstanding Oregon amendment is the deletion of the exception for R2s, the single manual fire alarm. And the reason that that's deleted is because it's tied to a performance-based issue where the fire official gets to say it is if there's, you can do this if there's fire watch, and it doesn't really fall, that doesn't fall under a building code or new construction. So that one's been deleted for a long time. And then what we noticed was the deletion, it has a change, unintended consequence. So back up in the beginning, where'd you go? Go scroll down a little bit. Lord, 907, hold on right there. So 907.2 has a requirement that says when you get rid of the fire alarm, manual fire alarm boxes, typically because of sprinklers, you got to have one. You got to have one somewhere. And that one somewhere is for maintenance reasons in terms of the system's impaired, somebody's working on the system. The person that's got the system impaired can pull the alarm and sound the alarm, because what's happening is the water flow is sounding the notification. And if the sprinkler system's offline for maintenance, it's not going to do that. So this is that one pull station that allows a maintenance person, not the general public, to pull it when the system is impaired. So by deleting exception 2, basically what we said is now you have to have that single alarm or that single manual box. You used to, if we'd kept it, you could get rid of it. Well, the important piece that exception 2 has is at an apartment or an R2, you're going to put that pull station out of the general public. So you're not having kids running around pulling on it. And we had lost that. So we're suggesting bringing back the last part of exception 2 there. You'll see underlined blue because you're getting it in the R2. So, and we're saying, hey, we don't want that in an area that's open to the public. So I'll leave it to the committee.
Yeah, this sounds good. And it's in alignment with 72, which has the same requirement. So, right.
Thanks, Kenton. And looks like thumbs up on those. On that one, I mean. Okay.
This is Terry. My only question is, does there need to be some direction on where that can be? I mean, can it be in the closet underneath the stairs? What meets that?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's been like this for a long time. It's usually put by the riser, and it's usually for some reason I thought it said an approved location. Does that? What does the bottom of exception 2 there that's struck, Laura, say? Can you scroll up? Nope, it doesn't. It doesn't. So yeah, I thought it said, no, Laura, could you scroll back down and look at the single one in 907.2? Is that where it says approved? Yeah, there it is. Not fewer than one manual alarm shall be provided and approved. So approved italicized, approved by the building official. So it would fall back to where you approved, Terry.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
Good catch. Sorry, it took me a minute I know Tony and I talked about that and we do some of these steeplechase things and then I can't remember them half the time. I apologize.
Yeah.
I blame Tony. Oh, he's on there. I see him. Yep. Hi, Tony. Okay, so we're good with that one. Committee, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up. Okay. Matrix item 9-19, 907 210. This is a new fire alarm requirement. I haven't had a lot of new fire alarm requirements over the years. This is actually a new for Group S. So this is addressing these multi-story. I think this one is 3, right? Yep. Occupancy 3 stories or greater. With interior corridors, interior common areas. So more and more common, you're seeing the opposite of the one we talked about earlier for furniture, the old single story outside doors. You're seeing multi-story storage units going up where they're mostly walk-ins on the upper floors with like typical, 3-foot doors, regular doors, not roll-up doors. That's what we're addressing is these where once we get to 3 stories, the manual fire alarm system would now be required. A visible notification only in the common areas, not inside the storage units. The idea here is that people aren't as familiar with these. They know where to go to their unit and they know where their unit is. So they're going up on the 3rd floor and they're at their unit and then getting back out quickly in a fire. That's the basic concept behind the change is that there's a system, the fire alarm system that early notification. So I'll leave it to the committee with the exception for sprinklers, of course. Get rid of the manuals with sprinkler system with activation on water flow, except for the one. Looks like thumbs ups. Okay. So this is, that's a new requirement. So that would be a Tyler.
I think this would be a pretty inexpensive system because it's just in the main areas. Having done a couple of assessments on these types of buildings, I mean, I think maybe a $1.50 a square foot somewhere in there would be, I would think. Because it'd be just some horns and strobes and down the kind of corridors. It depends on how it's configured, of course, but.
Good with that, Tyler? $1.50 a square foot. Okay. Thanks again, Kenton. Really appreciate the current industry numbers on some of this stuff. It's super helpful.
My swag.
Yep. That's fine. We like swags.
Just to clarify, that was $1.50 a square foot and not $50 per square foot.
Correct. $1.50.
That's what I thought. Okay. Bit of a difference there.
Just rounding error. It's fine. Okay. Moving on to what are we? Single 907-211 9-20. So this one will tie into 9-22 as well. We'll talk about that in a minute. But so this is an existing Oregon amendment. And now keeping context here, because when we talk about 9-22 under occupant notification related to a fire alarm system, that's not what this is. This is single and multi-station alarms, group R occupancies. So this would be like your single station in an apartment, R2s, those sort of things, R3s built under this code. So this is an existing Oregon amendment where we have deleted the very specific section in NFPA 72 for low frequency sounders. That's what that section is, 29.510. So this is the 520 hertz low frequency sounder requirement. So this would be maintaining that, but before we discuss it or the committee discusses it, Laura, can we jump to 9-22, which is 907.5, and we'll discuss how this interplays. We'll do them both and then throw them out there, if that's okay with the committee. Really need to ask you guys, not just right heard, I guess. Okay, so 90, where are we? 907.5. Nine oh seven five 213. Right. And then there's more on the next page. Is that right, Laura? Okay, so 907-5213. Okay, so this is the fire alarm piece to the low frequency sounder piece. That's where they tie together. So that first one we were talking about were single station smoke alarms. This section is audibility or notification when a fire alarm system is required, the delineation. So this section also will require, you'll notice in 907-52131, sleeping rooms of R1 and R2, audible alarms activated by a fire alarm system. And this is where you get the 520 hertz low frequency in accordance with NFPA 72. So this is the notification under the fire alarm system. The second part of that is smoke alarm signal in sleeping rooms. Pardon me, but you'll notice that the trigger is in buildings required or R1s and R2s to have a fire alarm system. So that's the delineation. So you always get your single station alarms. We talked about those in 907-211. Those are different. These are when we have a fire alarm system, the sounders or the notification has to be 520 hertz, which the reason there's a delineation here is because under fire alarms, these are more available. It's more available and there's other options. You'll notice it's a 520 signal or some other listed notification appliance or smoke detector with an integral sounder 520. So when you're dealing with a fire alarm system into this section, you have more options for these 520 sounders. Back under 907-211, the reason we had deleted that section is because there are still less available, one or two maybe single station type smoke alarms that are available. So that's the intent of where we're going here, is not to force you to have a very small selection of single station alarms under 907-211 versus what may be available under fire alarm systems. So when we go back to 9-20, that's why we needed to talk about these two things together to understand that they are completely different. So you could accept 9-20 because of a lack of availability for smoke alarms under single station and still accept 9-22 for fire alarm systems where we have more flexibility and more options, if that makes sense. And I'll let the committee discuss those two things.
Hey, Eric, or everyone, members of the committee. One of the things that, so this section, not so much, but the section you just went to, Eric, the way I read that section is that essentially, because it talks about smoke alarms in that section. And so if a smoke alarm, so I just feel like there's a kind of an inherent issue with that section here, because as you said, there's, as far as I'm aware, like some off-brand at 520 hertz signal for smoke alarms. So very, very limited options, if any. And the thing is, it says if the, let's see, where a sleeping room alarm is unable to produce a 520 hertz signal, so a smoke alarm, so that's the single station device, then you have to use a listed notification appliance, right? So, or a smoke detector. So the smoke detector is suddenly now you're putting a system device in. So I feel like this kind of drives you to a system device almost inherently. Like I'm not sure that, I don't know how you hit the listed notification appliance without going to a system type of device. Because I don't know that they make a 520 hertz like signaling device, or what that would constitute at that point. So I kind of feel like this is still very difficult to meet without just saying, now that you have a fire alarm system, you're going to have to put system detectors in each unit. That's kind of what was my take on it.
And I think if I'm following you, I think that's an accurate. That's our understanding as well, and that's part of the reason why we had first, when I had first looked at this, and Tony and I first talked about this, I'm thinking that 907-211 would go away because of this language. But then when we talked about it further, we felt keeping 907-211 would alleviate the issue that you're concerned about, where you did single station, and then unless a fire alarm system was otherwise required. And so if we have, if we have a building where it was already required, then this would be in play. But most of those, right, like 3-story walk-up types that don't have fire alarm system required would be out, if I understand it correctly. And Tony can jump in here too.
And
Yeah.
if, oh, sorry, go ahead, Tony.
No, go ahead, Ken.
So I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. So yeah, something that's small, but even in larger residential occupancy, you still have currently, we'd put in a smoke alarm and a lot of, if they're not, if we start tending towards eyes or ALFs or something like that. I mean, just from a personal design perspective, right? Like we might want to have a system device because we want to have it report in a little bit, but normally you don't want that going out at all. This is going to make it be part of the system, and so therefore you're going to have the fire alarm system running it and trying to treat it like a smoke alarm. Which can be done. It's all possible. I think it kind of just adds something that is, at least for me, would be for an R2, for example. I'm not sure if that's the kind of occupancy I would, expect something like that in, because it's just an apartment, right? So anyway, I'm just worried about the conflict, and that we're just going to, or I don't know about conflict, but essentially I would see this as a cost and saying, you got to tie a fire alarm system in from here on out for anything over that you can't just put in a smoke alarm where you have a system. So that's all my only comment, I guess, to the committee.
Yeah, it's probably something good to know. I don't know that there's an easy fix for this. Hopefully manufacturing will start developing some products that meet this now that it's more straight code.
That's a good point, Terry, too, because I think this may drive them to the Kidde, smoke alarm people and the various others that make them. Because they haven't paid attention to these sorts of things coming along, and for whatever reason. So maybe this will drive them that way.
Yeah.
And I think when I was like researching this a little bit, that that language in that last part of the paragraph, where it's either a 520 or provided by a listed notification appliance, doesn't necessarily. I think the intent was they were even talking about things like vibrators and stuff, like vibrating pillows. So I think that's why this finally made it in, was because the only reason it made it in was because it had other options other than forcing you that way, Kenton, because I think you're correct. And that's traditionally, this is why we've deleted that, because it was very proprietary. It was forcing you to like a single option. And I think there was like, if I remember correctly, there was these dates in the standard, isn't that right, Kenton, where like, oh, by this date they shall be, and then we would hit that date, and then they'd move the date because they weren't ready yet, and then they moved the date in NFPA, not the I codes. And now that there might be one or two that are available, but not enough. So I think that's why we had recommended keeping that in, if that makes sense.
I'm fine with keeping the model language, or keeping the language as is, and what you've done in the other section. So.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Maybe some enforcement things on your end, Terry.
So we have two things. So again, they're tied together, and they are, but they aren't. But I just wanted to talk about them both. So if we could jump back to 9-20, which is 907-211, and that's the existing Oregon amendment to not, just specifically, the code doesn't specifically send you there, but it does say and 72, and because you could, there could be confusion, and you could argue that the low frequency would be required if we didn't put this in. So I want to address this one first. Okay, thumbs up. Looks like I got one thumbs up. This would be an existing Oregon amendment, no change here technically. Committee good? Okay. So, and then we can come back to 9-21 real quick. It's really there's not much meat to it, but if you want to, since we're talking about it, if you want to just do 9-22, that 907.5 language. Was that a thumbs up for that also? Okay, and I don't know cost on that one. This may be another one for Kenton. I didn't do any research. I don't know what these sounders, these 520s or the alternates are, but it technically would add something to the system.
Yeah, I think it'd add a little bit. I mean, you know, you'd probably end up putting in a system device versus a standalone. So, you know, there's still wiring, there's still the device, but there's a little more cost. Maybe, I mean, I would think it'd be, you know, $50 a unit, $100 a unit kind of cost, like just because of the device is more expensive, the system device more expensive than the cheap smoke alarms. But really the wiring isn't tremendously different. I mean, one's higher voltage, but.
Good, Tyler. Okie dokie. So then let's fill that gap, the 921, 9074. I think that's where Laura's at now on the screen there. Modification relocates. It's a modification, but it's really just a relocation. This is nothing is new here. This is just putting the list of things that need to initiate fire alarm system. So no new language, just move to a list. Thumbs, looks like lots of thumbs. All righty, we like it. 921 is a go. So that gets us to 9-23, 907522. And this was the voice evac stuff that came up, conversation that came up during the first meeting, committee proposal. Eric's not here, is he? The other. Only have two Erics. We're a little Eric shy today. I just noticed that. So no Breastman. So we were going to, he was tasked with proposing language. Did he send Tony? Might have to.
I think
help.
Kara was supposed to be here, wasn't she, to help present this?
Maybe
Can't
so.
remember. Kara, are you here?
Are you referring to me?
Yes.
I work with Eric, but I did not have anything to do with this. I'm here for the accessibility portion.
Oh,
So I don't think I can step in for Eric. He is on vacation and I know he's not going to be able to join us.
Yeah, and this one comes back to that discussion that we were having earlier about the language early on about when a system becomes required. And we had talked about like voice evacs on occupied roofs. So I don't know what the committee wants to do with this one on.
I think we were debating this with what was happening in the field, and maybe we should let this go until he comes back. I don't know.
Okay. Everybody good with that, with tabling this one and circling back?
Yes.
Tony, does that sound right? Am I missing something on this one?
Oh, nope, you've got it. I think that sounds right. And it makes sense to table it until Mr. Breastman could be here. So.
Okay. All righty then, almost there, and we're gonna get through chapter 9. 9-24. 9075232. This is not much meat to this one. This is just an existing Oregon amendment that's pulling in the R4s. There it is, 905. Oh, you had it. Up, 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 up. Yep, keep going up. Right there. 905, is that right? Yep, 5232. Yep, that's it. Existing Oregon amendment pulls in the R4s for licensing. Good, lots of thumbs up, nothing new here, nice and easy. Like it, okay. We like that one. 9-25, so 907523331, that's the So this was an Oregon amendment, right, where we had struck it last time. I just confused myself. I thought I had this one in my head, Tony, but we just talked about this. There's a future capability language. This was we did delete it in the 19. And so we're just making sure to look at the language to make sure what we intended on this one. This was the language that we deleted in 19 that would require you to extend wiring for group R2s, but didn't necessarily make for visible appliances install, right? What else, Tony? What am I missing on this one?
Nope, I think you covered quite well. So in the charging language right up above this, the subsection that's struck, that's also part of it as well, because it talks about the future capability there that has to be built in. And the discussion at the 19 OSSC level, Terry was on that committee as well, and Mr. Sandoval, was about doing the work, based on something that may happen in the future, that may be required in the future. So you would be required to either provide wired or wireless capabilities to provide those visible devices under accommodations in the future for these units.
Kind of similar to the adaptable concept of like type B units where you're having something in a wall that's ready for it later. That sort of concept, but not specifically tied to that. But
And has anything, I don't recall if anything was happening that would drive this in the next code iteration. I just don't recall it all. Yeah, I mean, that would be the only thing I would suggest is that you just look at the current code cycle and see if this was being addressed or not. And if not, then I would say leave it out still.
I just did a search on the 2021 revision to 2024 under 907-52331 and didn't get any hits. It's gone through the whole document,
Yeah.
3,000 pages. So I don't see any discussion there, Terry.
Yeah, I don't remember any either. So
I feel like the change in this was from the 2018 to the 2021. They added a little more explicit information within this section. Like if you go back to the 2018, they still wanted to have some level of connection, right, that you got rid of in Oregon. But it seemed like they added like the 5% excess capacity. They were trying to quantify it a little bit more, I think. So, but still the overall requirement, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think that was kind of the type of thing that happened here, but the overall requirement's kind of the same.
Yeah, this definitely was a proposal in the last cycle, and that was a question on the docket, whether we should take it in or not. And so the committee last time said we didn't want to receive it, so it ended up being a deletion from the earlier version to the 2018, which became the 2019 OSSC. So, the 2021 thinks it's still there, right? So we would maybe take a look at that, but we never brought it in.
right. So it sounds like it's still there, but nothing has changed to drive the wiring needed for anything or the capacity. Is that right, Kenton?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's really changed to drive the need. It's just I think maybe they quantified it a little bit, or so that I think one of the problems people ran across with this, having worked in other jurisdictions where this is adopted, you like how much capacity and things like that, wasn't very well defined. So I want to say I thought that got defined, but either way, it seems like to me we would still go forward with not providing it because it's for still a future use that you don't know you're going to have if we're going to keep with that consistent thought.
Yeah, Kenton, I mean, my only question would be, I mean, if you needed visual, you could just change out the device. Does that increase the wiring? Do you need more wires to do that?
It's not really a thing of wire generally, it's more of power. And so I think that's where they have
Right.
like the 5% capacity. They have some stuff in here to kind of allow you to do that without necessarily having to run new wire. So it kind of saves the owner in the sense that it's a good design concept maybe.
Yeah.
But you know, from a code perspective, since it's not there, then I think they just have to do more work to get the wire there or power there maybe.
And yeah, Kenton's right. This whole section was pretty much added or tweaked to add some more clarity, because I think it was just a charging paragraph pretty much with not much more meat to it. And so they added some more. So technically, this is why we were talking about it. Now I'm remembering. I mean, like technically what struck wasn't struck before because it wasn't there before. It was primarily just the main paragraph. But if we strike the wired equipment stuff that's struck there in red, we'll have to strike the main paragraph because they go together. We can't, or either keep it both or get rid of it all.
The current OSSC though had the whole the charging paragraph struck, right? Because we weren't making any provisions for future appliances.
That's correct. And so if you have the 2019 OSSC available, it's 9075233 is what you'd be looking at. So there was actually an existing amendment there. Just clarifying the application for group R2, and then you'll see the strike of that charging language, which was there under the 18 iteration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it could be a little confusing. That's a great clarification, Tony. This was the visual required in common areas, but it was not really tied to that. The model language was deleted, correct? So the committee would be looking at deleting all of it. Obviously it doesn't, we can't keep the charging language and just delete the underline. The actual existing Oregon amendment would be delete the charging section, and then decide what to do with the rest. Actually, the 9075233 should be shown as deleted because it's currently deleted.
But we could take the charging back to what it was essentially in 2019, which was modified, right? So that it's consistent from that.
Correct.
I'm okay with that.
Right, Tony. Basically, we would just be maintaining the current 19 language. Just bring that language forward and don't take any of the rest of this. So that would be the easiest way to describe it, correct?
Yeah, yep, you nailed it. I think it's at the pleasure of the committee. We have this existing 2019 OSSC language. Switching from that to the model would be both of those. So the new provision regarding the wired equipment that's shown as struck, and then that charging paragraph up above.
Yeah, my only comment is it's always nice when those panels have a little extra capacity in them because something will come up at some point, a change they want to make. But yeah, I'm fine with keeping the existing language.
Any other discussion on this one? Okay, good with keeping the 2019 OSSC language. I think Laura is trying to format that as we speak on the fly.
And that would be a cost savings.
Well, it'd be neutral because we're staying where we're at.
Yeah.
Yeah. No increase there. Okay, so good with that language now then? Everybody thummies? Okay, happy thumbs. Happy thumbs. Okay, that gets us up to 9-26, up into smoke-proof enclosures, section 909.20.6, 909.20.6.
Eric,
So,
do you want to go
Eric,
over?
Yeah, Eric McMullen, I have something right before this, which I had sent in earlier when we first started talking about it. So yep, 9-26 is 909.20.6. And
Yep.
I wanted to go a little bit before that, 909.16, which is just up a ways from there, and talk about the firefighters panel. And so there was this language that potentially we could add item number 3, which then correlates to the increased travel distance that we talked about for the H5. So thanks very much for showing that. So above on item number 4, it says minimum supply ventilation rate of 20 CFM, and the ventilation has to keep running. So the problem is that one provision of the code says shut it down because you detect smoke. And this study said that if you keep the air moving, which is a very high rate of air, you can see it's 20 CFM per square foot, that you can actually see through the smoke a lot better. And if you actually shut down the equipment, you can't see through it. So to have something about the controlling of the shutdown related to the H occupancy, I think is an important add to this, even though the 2024 IBC didn't correlate that, didn't have anything in there. So the best place I found, I went through like 40 different locations of trying to manage the smoke, and this one seemed like the best fit, the 909.16.3, and then adding a third one there. And basically it ties to the 1017.23, which is the increased travel distance, and it's item number 4 there. And the language I'm proposing is a language that says that you have the option to keep the air moving because it's more hazardous to shut off the air and cause all these hazards to linger. The ventilation system is meant to get rid of all those additional hazards in that H5 occupancy. So the language here proposed is automatic shut off is not required for approved smoke control systems, or where analysis demonstrates shut off would create a greater hazard such as shall be permitted to encounter in air moving equipment supplying specialized portions of group H occupancy. Such equipment shall be required to have a smoke detection with remote indication and manual shut-off capability at an approved location. See section 1017.23. So this language was out of the Uniform Mechanical Code in California that relates to H occupancy. So that, not that this has been ferreted, but I'm just saying that this isn't something that I just created out of nowhere. You know, it's something that is being used in another jurisdiction to help manage the group H occupancies, and that desire to keep the air moving as opposed to shutting it off. So you may be familiar with that 2000 CFM square foot shut off, or 2000 CFM shut off for smoke detection. This is a control portion of that. So it's downstream from those items. Long-winded, but I'm just trying to make sure that there's a way to keep the air moving to support the 300-foot travel distance.
I'm a little bit concerned about the location. I hear what you're saying, like the 2000 CFM requirement, which is, you know, where you put a duct detector on, and just for any HVAC system in a building normally. Once you start getting into smoke control, it makes me nervous because there's so many provisions for smoke control and monitoring, and like, if it's not, I don't know, is it called a smoke control system in that section? Because if it isn't, I'd be really nervous about driving it here and try and put it in the other section where where it talks about duct smoke. So
yeah, the duct smoke is in smoke control system. It's the second item in there. So it is a smoke management system.
yeah, in the mechanical code, I think there's also just a provision to shut down the units when you have a certain size. I mean, you can have duct smoke detectors in smoke control systems, but I don't have I haven't looked at the mechanical code, but but duct smoke detectors for units that are over 2000 CFM is not a smoke control element. I mean, in and of itself, it's just a mechanical system element. And so I'd be a little bit, again, concerned because once you do this, there's rating for wiring. I mean, if you get it into smoke control somehow in this section in 909, unless it's specifically for the H occupancy and saying provide a smoke control system that does this function, you know, and if it's just saying keep the air flowing, I don't remember what that provision said, but this would make me nervous. I do a lot of smoke control, and it makes me nervous when things like smoke management and smoke, you know, other features are used or other names or words are used, and then they point to this section.
That's a fair statement. Sure, I'll take a look at that and see if I can find a better fit for it. Yeah, thank you.
I mean,
Okay. Go ahead.
what you're proposing, some of that makes some kind of sense, but I was wondering too about if it didn't need to get narrowed down to if we're just talking H5s here or what. But maybe work with Kenton. He's got that expertise to come up with the spot or the right language.
Okay. Yeah, I can send off Kenton the various options I had, and maybe there's a better fit there.
Be happy to look. Sounds great.
Okay, thanks, Eric. So you're going to work with Kenton then moving forward and bring that back possibly. Okay. Are you good then? Good. Okay. So the only change that we have or significant change is 909.20.6, and this is a modification to code, but it's providing additional options is the best way to describe it. So traditional pressurized stair vestibules were, you know, one or the other. And basically the Cliff's notes on this one is it's creating an option that allows you to basically combine them and do both, where you have pressurized vestibule, pressurized stairwell that work together. Kind of combines the two separate options is what it's intended to do.
Yeah, this seemed fine. It just seemed like adding an option for the designer, one other way of dealing with them. So it seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, we've actually employed this as an option. So it was an AI alter material. So it's nice to see it in there now.
Okay, so sounds like happy with that one. I don't believe there's a money issue here for Tyler because it's just adding options. It's not adding requirements. We like options. Okie dokie, then 9-27. Woo. So there's three of them here that we could probably take together, 27, 28, and 29. And these have to do with fire command centers. They do a little bit different. The first one in 911.1 is a actual new requirement for really big F1s and S1s. 500,000 square foot F1s, S1s now would be required to have a command center. And then the second part, 911.1.3, is a specific size. So the 911.1.3 has a command center size already in the code, but this would be a new requirement tied specifically to these big F1s and S1s, where they have a different size command center, which and then the last part is just marking, not related to that one. It's just a new requirement to mark command centers, fire command centers on the outside. So might be easier to just take a look at all three of those together.
I didn't really have an opinion, to be honest, too much on this, other than that the size of these spaces relatively small relative to the building. So it doesn't seem like it'd be a huge impact, but you know, it's kind of a fire service, you know, thing where they're trying to figure out how to manage the building while they're fighting a fire. So big building like that kind of makes sense.
Okay, anything else on that one? Or so new requirement, size minimum, and then marking the door.
Yeah, I don't know what was behind the changes. I'm guessing it's the fire service people, but I don't have any issues with it for these large buildings.
Seems reasonable. Provides clarification.
So overall, I was looking really quick to see if there was anything in the significant changes on this one. It's to address Terry's question about where it came from or comment. Yeah, it just talks about the fire service allowing them to manage an incident in the larger buildings. The floor area threshold and applicable occupancies were selected based on the complexity of operations for fighting a fire in such a large building that does not allow for quick assessment of tactical situation. So
Maybe it's addressing like Amazon distribution centers.
okay, how's the committee feel on those three? Okay, good to take those together and say you're happy with them all then? I'm seeing nods and thumbs. All right, look at this. 10 more minutes before noon. That was my goal. It wasn't stated. It was my goal. So unfortunately, these last two are not going to be quick. All right, 9-30. Hopefully they will be quick, I should say. So 9-30 is carbon monoxide. It covers section 915. So quick history on this. So the 19 OSSC carried forward the existing CO language from the 14 OSSC unchanged. And there was a reason that it was unchanged. There was some stuff that went on during code development. Some of you may remember it. There was a proposal to expand CO that kind of upended that particular process, and it kind of got set aside. And the model code had expanded to just E's. The R's and I's were in places where you were sleeping, and then E's because of like daycare situations where kids might be sleeping. That was in the model code. So the end result was a rollback to the 14 OSSC, which didn't even include the E's at all. So it's just the sleeping areas, R's and I's. So what we're proposing here now is to move forward to model code, which would be skipping the 18 and going to the 21 model code with some necessary amendments to align with some Oregon statutory requirements. 455 has a very specific ORS 455 has a very specific requirement for CO for R occupancies. So only for Rs. So the model code would require Rs, Is, and Es is what you see here. And so what we had to do is we had to go through this section and we had to pull out the Rs. And so that's where you see in the beginning there, 915.111 with a blanket statement saying carbon monoxide are required in R occupancies, period. Because the statute requires them regardless of source. Doesn't matter if you've got a connected garage or a gas furnace or any of those sort of things. The legislature weighed in and said, because of introduced sources, when power's out, people bringing in sources, we want CO where you're sleeping, at least in ours. So we had to address the statutory requirement that trumped code here. So you have a comment that just, or the provision that just says ours get CO, period. Then we had to take the rest of it and kind of break it down, got rid of the and R there, just the I1, I2, and Es, which is what was left in the model code. So then if you scroll down, we took out dwelling units throughout because the dwelling units would not be addressed in those particular leftover. The rest of these provisions are only related to the Is and Es, which wouldn't include dwelling units, but could be sleeping units in the Is. So we deleted dwelling unit throughout there as we scroll down through. Laura, if you want to keep scrolling down, 915.1.4, I missed one there. There's a dwelling unit that should be deleted there in the heading. And then, so keep going. Yep, that one needs to go away. And then the next, where's the next actual amendment, Laura? I don't think there's anything there. It's all model. So the next amendment is there under locations for dwelling units. Now this is picking back up the Rs, and we have the specifics requirement that's been in the code for a long time for within 15 feet. The model code just says in the vicinity. The NFPA standard has the specific 15, kind of like the 21 for smokes. That's where we got it. It's been there a while. So we're keeping the within 15 feet of a bedroom out when they're doing them outside of bedrooms instead of vicinity, which is a little easier to monitor or enforce. That's existing language. So back up to the top, if you would, Laura. I'm just going to keep going through all these and then let the committee have it.
I'm going to show the Word doc.
Whichever, yeah, whatever works for you, Laura. Okay, so you're showing that, I see.
Yeah, so it's a
so
little
you
bit
could change
different.
the dwelling.
Yeah.
So there's the dwelling unit change. So keep going. There's the 15 that we just talked about. Next one, same subject, but for sleeping units, 15 feet. Again, the underlined bright blue is existing Oregon amendment, just pulling it forward, pulling the pieces forward. The 3 or more dwellings, again, in 915.2.4, that is also existing Oregon amendment, just pulling that forward. The battery source, or I mean the power source, the blue is also, again, existing more or less restrictive than model code. This is the section that allows in current Oregon code that allows battery operated and the plug-in ones, as long as they're got a screw or something into the outlet that permanently attaches them, or not permanently, I think it says securely fastened. So again, all the underlined blue is existing Oregon amendment, and keep going there. More existing Oregon amendment. When combination alarms are used, they have to be interconnected. Combination smoke, CO. And I think that is it for Oregon amendment. So the rest of what you would see is 2021 IBC language with the spattering of statutory requirements and existing Oregon amendments. So I will let the committee have it there with any questions you might have. I can fill in as well.
How different is this from the national language, the Oregon Amendment statutes?
It's different in that all R's, so the national language, see, it loops them all together, so that, like, for instance, in R's, you would only get CO under those conditions that follow, something in
Okay.
the room or attached. So that's a big difference, is that the Rs are mandatory in statute. We really don't have a choice on that one, I guess.
Okay. And so this really wouldn't be that big of a change for us. Well, the Oregon's staying the same, it sounds like, and then for everything else, it's pretty similar to what we already have, correct?
Reasonably similar.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm supportive of it.
Isn't it more in alignment with the residential code too?
Kind of, sort of. I mean, there's some differences. The locations and the distances would be consistent, Elizabeth. The one change there to Terry's question, I guess, is pulling in the ease, which is model code. We didn't pull in the ease last time, and so that would be a change.
I think that's a good change.
I do too.
I'm supportive of it, and I think it's relatively minimal cost for the ease because you can put one in the where the rooms are, where I think the fuel burning appliances are. So it's not like you have to scatter it throughout the school, if I recall.
Yeah, it looks like there's a there should be ors on that. 915.2.1 should say in each bedroom or within 15 feet outside of each bedroom door. Mike had put that in the chat there if you see that, and I think that's accurate. It within shall be installed in dwelling units in each bedroom or within. That's correct. Is it the same on sleeping unit, or did I get that one right, Laura? No, it's different anyway. So, and within 15 feet, because it's within the sleeping area. So that one's all right. So. Let the committee digest that stuff there. So again, the intent, just to be clear, is that all of the 915.1.2 through 1.6, all of those locations only apply to the I's and E's because the statute requires all R's, period. No qualifiers because of introduced sources, potential for introduced sources for like power outages and stuff.
I'm happy with it.
Thank you for doing the work.
And Tony, on this one, it looks like we're getting mostly thumbs up. Tony, on this one, I know we shopped this last time with the school folks, correct? But
Yep, that's correct. We have engaged through the School Boards Association administrative staff. So we've put it on their radar, and it may be coming up in front of Mr. Sandoval's board. It might come up at the board level since they're not here, or if they, of course, they show up to a future committee meeting, they're more than welcome to provide some testimony on the record. But we did make them aware of it, that we were proposing to include those Group E classrooms as captured longstanding at the model levels.
Thanks, Tony. So anything else on that then? It sounds like the committee's okay as written with some, maybe some cleanup there on the language. I think Laura's already cleaned that up, but we may be adding a, you need to add a pointer in 915.111 just to clarify that those locations don't apply. That was the intent, but
That would probably be a good idea.
okay. All right, so thumbs up looks like then with the tweaks as shown, and I think Laura's making a note, add intent info there. So to just clarify that she's good. I don't know what we'd do without her. Literally. She's the brains.
Really?
Okay, last one. 1201, dang it. Okay, last one. If we're good on that. You good, Laura? Caught up? Okay.
Yep, I'm good.
All right, just going to pull this one up to make it maybe a little easier. I got some serious color coding going on with this one. So this last one is for ERC emergency. It's now called the Emergency Responder Communication Coverage. They changed it. So instead of ERRC, it's ERCC. So this is a BCD proposal that we started shopping months ago with stakeholders, industry, electrical industry, ERC installers. We had, I think Eric's not here, Bressman was involved trying to do some cleanup. So this one's near and dear to my heart, as you imagine, in the fire service. But and it looks like David didn't make it today. Mills was going to kind of hopefully try to show up, but I know he said he might have had a conflict. And so hopefully getting some more feedback from the fire service on this. But so what's going on with this proposal is under the current requirements were previously negotiated between all those parties that we just talked about in the fire service, and we had our own survivability language, and that language was kind of confusing at times and problematic. And what's happened on the national levels helped us out a lot, because they pulled the emergency responder communication coverage stuff out of NFPA 72, plugged it into 1221, and then they did some serious cleanup. It used to just shoot you back to 72 for survivability, and it had all these different levels, and they were kind of confusing. And so they've cleaned up 1221 quite a bit. And it wasn't that far off from where we were in Oregon, but a little cleaner. And then we reached out to NFPA a little bit to clarify what some of this stuff meant. And so what the intent of this proposal is to do a couple of things. One is it's not touching the scope. We have no intent to change when or where ERC is required. It is not intended to change the form. The form is still required. You may remember, if you've done this before, dealt with this, there's a form 918 that's intended for predictability, so that everybody knows ahead what's going on ahead of time, and there's no surprises at the end, and all the players are involved by signing off or being a part of that form. That form is still required. That form is not intended to be changed at this point. We asked for that feedback and didn't really get any form change feedback. So there are changes throughout in purple, and that's the communication, that's model code language. But where they're required is not intended to change. And then when we go through this, you'll notice, so that language, Laura, could you scroll back to the top so I could just go over that real quick again? So the purple is new IFC language. For those who are familiar with ERC, is a lot of the ERC language comes out of Chapter 5 of the IFC, but we have to pull the new construction stuff over. The performance stuff is not not intended to change at all, stays in the fire code. The fire service gets to do the testing and make sure that at the end all this works, and they get to determine what percentage and all those sort of things. We're not involved in that on the building side. The bright blue underline would be new Oregon amendment, and then the green is bringing the language in from 1221 that I talked about. So if you scroll down, Laura, and I'll go through this and then let the committee have at it. So just added acceptance testing just to clarify in that box for the fire code official that they're the ones that are doing the acceptance testing at the end. They're going in with their radios. They're the ones that are saying, yep, we got the right coverage in this building. What we're intending to cover under the building code is how this stuff is installed between this section and of course the electrical code for how wiring is done. So if you keep scrolling down, Laura, the non-required system was after we met a couple of times with the stakeholders, this came up that, what if somebody wants to put one in? And so we added some language for non-required systems. Shall be permitted partial or complete. But it's kind of like we basically stole the language from fire alarm stuff. Is like we've always said, if you want to put in a non-required partial system, you can do that, but the parts you're going to put in should meet the standard in the code. Doesn't mean you have to cover the whole building, but what you do needs to be to some standard. So that's the intent of that language. Purple is fire code language. Equipment required to provide in-building two-way communication shall be listed. This is a new requirement, UL listing 2524, which is a good requirement because now we have something to point to for UL listing industry like this. One of the reasons we're doing this too and needed to do this is I'd gotten several phone calls in the last year from industry who had been installing these to 1221. NFPA 1221 and didn't realize we had a separate survivability requirement in Oregon and they were not even aware of it. So the more we can align, a lot of these companies are bouncing around different states doing this. So this will help with that alignment as well. So up to the top, under survivability, this is the big change. So the green language is fire code language. That's new in the fire code, talks about backbone, antenna distribution radiating, or a fiber optic cable shall be rated. Backbone cable shall be connected to the antenna distribution radiating or copper cables using hybrid coupler devices. This is, again, all model code stuff. And then backbone cable shall comply with one of the following. So either routed through an enclosure that matches the building's fire rating. This is that language there was we questioned NFPA. What do they mean? Because that came out of 1221. What does it mean by matches the building's fire rating? And the clarification there was the shaft based on floor ratings. So not anything else. So whatever the requirements are for 2 stories, 3 and above, or 4 and above, those requirements in Chapter 7 based on shaft requirements is what that means. And then we have options there. Listed cables. There are expensive. They're really expensive, like a lot of dollars per foot. For listed cable, I can't remember, it's called Dragon Cable, or there's companies that make it as an option, or other approved alternate protection for how we're protecting those cables that are running up through the buildings. Previously, we just had a 2-hour shaft, and in some cases is a little less restrictive because it could be 1 hour now based on the rating of the building. And then number 4 was just for making those connections. That those have to be also matches the building's fire rating. So protecting those connections as they come in and out of that rating to go to the donor antennas or equivalent protection. And then signal booster requirements. This is, most of this stuff is new except for 1 and 2. Under signal booster requirements, we had 1 and 2 in our existing Oregon amendment. And then adding the new language. I'm not going to bedtime story and read it all to you. I'll let you guys read it. And then adding monitoring, which was required in the fire code, which was not required. This would be a new requirement that tying it to monitoring the systems. They're kind of important to have working, and something indicating when they're not working, that was necessary. And again, this is model code language. I think that is it. And again, we had several different meetings and several different conversations with the electrical industry and installers. Standby power is existing requirement in 27. Sorry, missed that one. So I will turn it over to the committee now.
Eric, can you remind me what the green is? The green highlighted.
Green is NFPA.
Okay.
So language directly from 1221.
So I have a question. So we're on like 3.1 routed through the enclosure that matches the building's fire rating, and that is in reference to the shaft, correct?
Correct.
Would it be helpful to say as per chapter 7 or some kind of like, no?
Or just to say shaft rating,
Shaft, right, just to make it clearer.
the required shaft rating.
I mean, obviously it could be designed differently, more stricter, right, than what, but if it's really just for the shaft, why not say it?
Yeah, I'm in alignment with that. I think probably NFPA didn't have authority to say shaft, but we do because we're inside the building code. So.
And I think Eric hits on something there just to clarify. I think that would work, Elizabeth. I don't think it's a bad suggestion at all. It's a good suggestion. I think we even talked about that, Tony, internally when we were talking about this. And I think where we landed was just trying to stick as much as we could with model code.
Sure.
And the only reason was that because we had scenarios where these, multi-state installers were going to the standard to install. So that way, if they went to the standard to install, they're not going to get a hiccup, which it probably wouldn't happen anyway, because you should end up at the same place. But we asked NFPA, hey, what do you mean by this? Because we couldn't figure out what that meant either.
Right.
But so we could certainly make that tweak, but just wanted a little background info on, trying to stick with model language but it's not a
Tension.
whatever the committee decides.
So maybe routed through a shaft enclosure and then just delete the rest of that sentence. How does that sound, Elizabeth?
You're saying routed through a shaft enclosure, period?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But we need,
For that one, that would take care of it, to be truthful. Because
But
you
you end up
have
in-
other ones that allow the cable. That's a separate,
Right.
Those are separate standalone.
Standards. Yeah.
Does this also though apply to the terminating room? Like, if you end up on a floor with an amplifier and you actually have a room, because usually they go up a shaft, but then they might go into a room where there's equipment, and then they have the cables that go out into the space that don't have to be protected. But that is that room. I was taking that would include like any room that might have that equipment, or am I misreading that? Or
Well, I think that might expand 3.1's intent because it doesn't talk about what happens in terminating top or bottom pieces. It just talks about going through floors through the enclosure that matches the building fire rating. So I'm maybe that part's missing too, routed through floors through a shaft. Maybe that's all you need. And then the terminating rooms would be based on the code. You terminate shafts the same way as you would in the code with those various options of shaft termination.
I'm sorry, I was probably unclear. We used the incorrect term when I said terminating room. Like, you might have an small IDF room or something like that where you actually have the ERCC equipment, or whatever it is now, ERCC, which should also be protected. At least that's my understanding. So would that be accomplished with us saying that, or is it accomplished elsewhere here, if not there?
I don't know that that's covered yet. I think that's a good idea. We do that with, atriums and other kinds of fire alarm systems,
Right.
how you do that and where you operate those places. And it's just the same, that encloses the whole system. So,
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's a good add. I just don't know that's there yet. I just dealing with 3.1.
Does 4 get you? Kenton or Eric?
Yeah, it makes no sense to protect the cable, but then the termination of it and the parts of the
Yeah.
system aren't
Yeah, that would burn up at the end.
consistent,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
In the closure that matches the building fire rate. See, that doesn't really, that's also sounds like NFPA 1221 language too, right?
It is.
Eric? Yeah, so the connection, number 4, the connection between the backbone cable and the antenna cables shall be made with an enclosure that matches the building fire rating, which is the part that they can't manage because it's not, they don't have a building code. And passage of the antenna distribution cable in and out of the enclosure shall be provided with improved penetration fire stopping. Sounds to me like it's just going in and out of some enclosure, and the
Mhm.
equivalent alternate protection of connections may be provided. So it doesn't really cover, it's not quite perfect yet, number 4. It's the right place, but it doesn't have the room. So, and again, the language of building fire rating should be the same as 3.1. It's talking about the same item. So if we change shaft in 3.1, we should change that in 4. But also the room isn't qualified yet. Do you know if 1221 has a room, Eric McMullen? It doesn't have a rated room.
Huh.
No, this is all the language from, we brought it over untouched. So,
Okay.
and I don't, you know, I mean, I from messing with this stuff, I get it, some of it, but some of it, you know, listening to the industry is helpful to, like, somebody that was, you know, when we were meeting with the folks that, like, companies that actually install this stuff, because they get it inside and out when all these pieces are and stuff. And I have a fairly good working knowledge of it, but I don't.
I was going to ask Jody, the ones we see, Jody, don't when they come into a room, that room is usually rated the same, isn't it?
Yeah, we have, the way the language was before, it had backbone and equipment or something like that. And so we called the head end unit equipment, categorized it that way, and put that inside of the 2-hour, a 2-hour room usually. And for us, usually they run it through the stair shaft or whatever, but. Do y'all know if the NFPA always requires a 2-hour rating, no matter how many stories it's going through, or does it match the way that shafts work, where if you're only going through 2 or 3 stories, you can put it in a 1-hour enclosure?
Yes, that's what they told us their intent was.
Okay.
The second item, the one that it fluctuates between 1 and 2, depending on what the fire shaft rating is.
Building, right?
Yeah, for the building. Well, for me, I'd like to look at 1221 and see if there's something in there for the room, and maybe talk with Kenton about
And if you
that and see what he
can
thinks.
get those 2 different ratings.
And to your point, Jody, I think by adding the word equipment, it would help push it together. Yeah.
It encompasses it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm just so hungry. I just want to leave, you know.
I know.
I was hoping we could make it to 12:45 so I can do my 1 o'clock meeting again.
Oh, you want to keep going? Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So just
I've
sounding like
I've got
maybe
a
want
food
to
runner.
You got what? You have a food runner? DoorDash. So you want to maybe bring this one back? You guys want to, the committee want to look at it a little bit more, maybe look at that equipment, and I can do some research too. And
Yeah, I like the idea of bringing back in equipment so that we can keep those rooms still having the same rating, and calling it something other than fire rating. So either shaft rating and reference, 713, which is where you get that all from.
I agree.
Okay, so we'll look at that, the equipment protection, building fire rating language, and I think Eric and Kenton were going to also maybe have some discussion on that. Does that sound
Are
right?
you,
Sounds good.
are you open to that, Kenton? To talk
That
about
sounds good. I do want to let the entire committee know, though, after noon today, after we're done with this chapter 9, I am out for today. So it'll have to be sometime afterward for me.
Would it be the next, could you make it to the next committee meeting, the 9th?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That sounds great.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it the 9th.
Thanks.
And we'll put it on the agenda to circle back around on then. And that gets us through 9.
All right. So Terry, you said something about a meeting that you're trying to line lunch up with. Are we? Where's the committee at? Do we need to?
But if
take
it
some
doesn't
breaks?
happen, that's all right. I might
can't
be a
wait.
few minutes late, although I would really like to be here for the chapter 11, especially the start of it.
Sure. So, so at the pleasure of the committee, we can take a short break. We can come back. We can keep going. Just let me know, and we'll do so.
Let's just go to 12:45 and then we'll break at 12:45.
Okay, sounds like a plan. So we're done with chapter 9. There's a couple of good things there that we're going to revisit on the next meeting, and now we move into chapter 11. Thanks for leading us through, Eric. It was great. A lot of good stuff there. So chapter 11, matrix. Let's get that up. Make sure I have this up on my screen. We're all ready to go. So the first item in chapter 11 that we're going to cover is 11-1, and it's a pretty significant discussion, and it has to do with identifying the applicable version of ICC NCAA 117.1 to be recognized under the 2022 OSSC. The current Oregon, the OSSC that 2019 was based on the 18 IBC, which still used that 2009 iteration of the standard. They have since changed. So they changed at the 21 model base, and the draft chapter that's in front of you has been adapted to that. So we can reference both the 19 OSSC current, and then we can reference the new proposed language in that draft. So pretty broad discussion. There were some changes in the design standard to accommodate powered chairs for seated individuals. I think there was a lot of pretty well-known testimony on that and why certain things were changing, in particular clear floor space. And so with that, I'll turn it back over for discussion.
Yeah, I'm liking the new A117.1. I know there's some significant changes there with the clear space, and been through a couple of teachings on that in the last 2 years. So I was looking forward to that and having the last time we looked at this, because the 2018 base code did not take on that 2017 edition of the A117, we were hesitant to bring it in. And so with the 2021 base IBC bringing that in, it gives us more confidence, I think, to allow it to come in and be used.
And I have to admit, I have mixed feelings on this because it will be a dollar value increase. It is good for that community though, because the big one has to do with the clear floor space, which will drive larger bathroom spaces and more clearances. But the truth is, for powered wheelchairs and a lot, they need that extra space to actually even be able to operate in those spaces. So yeah, it's a mixed bag. There's going to be an increase in cost, and but it's also very good for that community. So
I'm curious if there were any discussions at the ICC level with these enlarged clear floor spaces now not matching ADA. Are they just assuming that, it exceeds ADA and we would just use the larger ones?
The part of the problem is that ADA is, you might get a change every 20 years. It is not an easy process. And when they start that process, it may take 10 years to do something. And so that's why there are a lot of, I think there's the ANSI 117 is going above and beyond, because it's not going to happen at the ADA level, not anytime soon.
Janice, that's my understanding as well. I think ICC has been pretty clear in the past that they provide, greater accessibility through their codes, and so greater accessibility than the federal ADA. In Oregon here, we have statutes that kind of define our scope when it comes to accessibility, and they tell us to not only be consistent with the federal ADA, but that we are able to be more restrictive than the federal ADA. They don't allow us the same on the FHA side, which we'll be talking about either later today or at a future meeting. But yes, that's my understanding, is that ICC is aware that these are in excess of the federal standard.
Tony is probably the one that has the biggest cost impact. Is that clearance floor area that's required added, because your bathrooms are going to get enlarged? And
yep, I went through the significant changes, took a couple of trainings on them, and I think that's it. I think it's clear floor space is the big one, Terry. I think it changes a lot of typical details, a lot of notes, which is also going to be potentially a fiscal impact that the committee would need to consider on how that impacts the design community as well.
what's everybody thinking? Sorry.
I'm still in the same place, Terry, as I was when I started. I haven't really moved from that. I know that we've an internal group within the design architectural group that we have. We've been fussing with this because we have other jurisdictions that we're working with that are already going in that direction. So yeah.
Yeah, I think jurisdictions have been a little slow to adopt this, but I think you're right that they're starting to now. And yeah.
So the two places that were be influenced in is New York and Arizona. Those are the two that are in process heading that direction. Not that it matters, but that's the two that I know of. The other jurisdictions are behind us. Virginia's like a code cycle back, and California is just getting ready to bridge into the future. So they're not quite there as Arizona and New York is.
Yeah.
So because we have work in those other two states, we're already progressing forward with her bathroom designs.
Does anybody know what Washington's doing? Because I know they're just in the process of adopting code too. Well, I could try and check on that and see. I've got contacts with all those people, so. Because if they're doing it on either side of us, I'm more inclined to adopt it here also.
Right. Yeah. have similar vendors, similar design
Yeah.
groups. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I have to admit, 2009 seems a long time ago. We want to get further behind in the future.
Yeah, I think that the fixtures are the same, so the products are not going to change, so we don't have to worry about
It's the,
raising lips and making a different physical location. It's just a matter of making the space,
it's the
which is
space.
which is usually, in my opinion, is usually custom anyway. So every building has a custom design, has a custom way of laying out. So once the design is set, and if you can do the education piece, then it's just a matter of implementing it. So to me, it's more about training than it is about difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we don't do it now, we're going to do it 3 years from now. Does that mean that our designers, inspectors will be trained through the other places potentially? I don't know if that makes any difference for your decisions or recommendations.
Other discussion on this one?
I was going to text Seattle here and see what I get for an answer from them. The building official there, she'll respond.
Most of that designated 12:45 lunchtime too, so we're working closely to that.
Yeah. Well, why don't we, I'm okay with moving off this for right now. Like I say, I just texted up north to see what they're doing. Because I am interested in that. And like I say, if they're not moving that way, then that's more of a consideration not to. But if they are also, then to me, that seems to be a reason for us maybe to go that direction also.
Okay, that sounds good. Do you want to still want to keep going, committee, towards that 12:45? That's where we're going. All right. So obviously that first matrix item is critical as we start looking at the remaining provisions, but just kind of keep that in mind, right? So we'll circle back to that, and then we'll have to adjust accordingly. So right up front, the next matrix item you're going to see in front of you is 11-2, and it is section 1102.1. And I know we talked about this one a little bit. It's an organ amendment in the charging language there. And it says, as detailed in this chapter. And this is one that we've talked a lot with ICC about. And it really has to do with some of those missing pieces that are designated by the A117.1 standard, but they're not required via the IBC. There are a few examples of those. And so we're trying to, as with all reference standards, we only go to those reference standards as specifically referenced, and to the extent referenced, And so this one's pretty unique, right? Because we go to, so similar to ASC 7, we go there for like everything. So it's like you're designing in chapter 11, you're going to the ANSI standard for everything. And so this simple amendment is just hopefully intended to prevent misapplication of those few things. There's a handful of them in the ANSI standard that never get referenced by the IVC. And that's item 11-2 on your matrix.
That works for me.
I think it's fine.
Okay. Thumbs up, looking good. All right, moving on. Thank you for that. We're moving on to 11.3. We're not going very far. The first subsection there is 1102.1.1, and this is long-standing language, and it just provides basically a potential path for someone to propose a design, construction, methodology, a technology that affords equivalent or greater accessibility. And again, it just requires the building official's approval, but it's almost in addition to what you already have in chapter 1. You have this broad flexibility to consider alternates. And this specifically calls out the provisions of the FHA. And again, that kind of ties back to that statutory language, which we'll be discussing a little bit more. It's just right down below there in ORS 447-220. Which is reproduced in the text box for the reader's convenience. And this is one that we've pointed out a little bit in the past, and we've just tried to draw some attention to it because it requires us to align with both the ADA and the FHA. And then the last statement is great because it says the director may adopt or may provide greater protection to these individuals by adopting more stringent standards than prescribed by the ADA. But it does not say the same for the FHA. And so historically, that's where we've been, and we're not trying to be, a certain way about it. It's just, this is what the guiding statute says. Our legal folks have gone through that. And so that's where we're bound, right? And that's our statutory charge. So we are able to provide greater flexibility or greater accessibility on the ADA side, but not on the FHA. And so that's why we have a lot of those type B amendments that you'll see kind of throughout. A lot of it will be in chapter 34, but we'll also cover some of it later on here in chapter 11. So that's a matrix item 11-3. I'm turning it back over to the committee. Thanks.
Looks good.
Thank you for that. 11-4. This is section 1102.1.2, and there are quite a few amendments to the ANSI standard that we place in this area. And a lot of them have to do with different things, right? So we have statewide programs like the authority of the elevator program. So throughout this chapter and in other chapters, like in chapter 30 that we'll cover later, there's carve outs specific for that program where they have exclusive authority for those matters. So you'll see some carve outs here where we don't adopt specifically certain portions of the standard because those are referenced through that elevator code, through that separate path. And then if you can scroll up, Laura, to the top, kind of continue on with these. So we have the door opening force. In this, you see some blue language there, brighter blue. Hopefully you can see that. So existing Oregon amendment, and the brighter blue language is just aligning terms, right? So it's just using model. We had some language in there that didn't make sense and didn't align with the model. So not changing any technical requirements. And then actually number 5 was the exception that you see there listed. And so it's just a reorg because it's really not a requirement, it's an exception. So just reorganization there. See some thumbs up, looking pretty good. We're continuing on these amendments. A lot of them are staying the same as what we have in the 2019 OSSC. The new one here for parking spaces has to do with that, again, that tie to statute and those accessible parking places standards that are promulgated by the Oregon Transportation Commission in consultation with the Oregon Disabilities Commission. And so we made some of those changes, you'll recall, in the 19 OSSC, and they were, I think they were right before publishing or right at publishing. And so we're going to see several of those as we move through Chapter 11. And this is just identifying that there are certain portions of the ANSI provisions of A117.1 that apply to even the parking spaces, but the majority of them do not. But things like surfacing and certain requirements there absolutely do apply. And so we wanted to point that out. 502.10 and 502.11 in that charging language of that new paragraph there titled parking spaces. Those are regarding some other provisions that we're going to discuss here that have to do with pay facilities on an affected site. We'll cover those in a little bit. The next section there is regarding recreational facilities, and there's a lot of similar just adjustments here. And these adjustments are really just intended to reflect that statutory authority. So in order for us to require accessibility, first in Oregon, we have to have an affected building site, right? That's our first test. We have to, do we have an affected building site? And so a lot of these recreational facilities, that's the clarification we're making, is that, okay, first we have to have an affected building site. And once we do that, then we can apply these accordingly. So you see a lot of similar things there. Number 5 on that list is, again, another statewide program. So we don't have any ability through the building code to regulate amusement rides. That's through the statewide program. So you see that there. We have some, again, boating facilities is not something that we regulate. Oftentimes when these things come up, particularly for piers and platforms, which is often adopted by local municipalities because they do have that independent local authority to adopt those things, then they can absolutely reference these. Or where it's a place of in the public right of way, we see oftentimes cities will adopt either the ANSI standard or even just reference the federal ADA. I mean, regardless, the minimum standards of the ADA would be applicable, whether or not the building department's even involved, right? Regardless, those must be met. And so here are all these modifications that we have. So if you have any questions about any of those, please let me know. I'll turn it back over to you.
I think this is good work. Administratively, it's really good work to be able to move the areas that we don't have authority over, to take them out of this. And if a local jurisdiction wants to either adopt this whole section based on some pieces that they do have authority on, or do the ADA, I think those are all appropriate. So it's good work that's here and provides a strong boundary condition for the division. I like it.
Any other? Okay, we get some thumbs up. Looking good. So we'll plan on maintaining those as they're shown there on the draft, and then the numbering might change based on that first discussion that we'll come back to. And it looks like we're right under the gun here, 12:45. Terry, look at that. So at the pleasure of the committee, what time would you like to come back?
Maybe now.
1:45 work, or 1:30, I could probably make it. Either one.
You all call it. Is that your pleasure? We'll be here.
1:45.
Can anyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Tony's mouth was moving, but we weren't hearing him. So that's why it seemed like maybe we weren't hearing anything.
It's mute. No.
It was strangely silent, I have to admit. And I had to do something to my computer the first time. So thank you.
All right, it looks like we're just waiting on Mr. Sandoval. I think we're ready to go here.
I just realized, Tony, that you look like a radio DJ.
Yeah, no, we have these great microphones that our leadership got us, and so we used them to record those remote update training videos. And so now I have it kind of mounted on just a normal little, like, a corner lamp on the metal arm, so it's easy to just kind of move around here. So it's not it's working so far. All right, so Mr. Sandoval's back. I think we're ready to get going back on the stream, and Laura is back up and ready as always. So where we left off, maybe Mr. Whitehill, I can turn it back over to you if you were able to reach out to the colleagues over in Seattle.
I did, but I haven't heard back. I'm hoping still to. They're usually pretty good. I went to 2 different ones, so I will try them again here in just a little bit.
Okay.
While we're going.
Okay, that sounds great. So the reason why I ask is because next up on your matrix is items 11-5 and 11-6. We have 2 public proposals here that are part and parcel to one another. And Kara's here. See Kara there. And she is the proponent of these proposals. Laura's going to click on them, and you can also access them on the committee page. And I'll turn it over to you, Kara, to kind of explain and walk the committee through what you're proposing. Thanks.
Okay. The first one is just for type A units. And the issue is about reach range over kitchen counters. And I will say that I did work these out with Kim Perlberg of the ICC, and she actually asked me to submit these to the next version of A117, which I believe is the 2022 A117 that they're already working on. But because of the length of time, and we haven't even accepted the 2017, we're submitting these here to hopefully go with the next code cycle. So part of this is it's not a major change. It's just that we're seeing a discrepancy of interpretations and just trying to normalize things across the board. So this first one is about type A units, which is only 2% of your multifamily units. And it's saying allow the 25.5-inch reach range over kitchen counters. And the thought is that type A units are already considered more or less adaptable. We get to put in the removable cabinets, and we don't have to install the grab bars or anything like that. And so adding an outlet extender feels like it's in line with what's already adaptable in type A units. And often that's already happening. And so I don't think there's any cost associated with it. It's just kind of clarifying and being consistent across the board.
Turn it over to you, committee. You have questions for Kara? Discussion?
I guess I'm a little confused by this. This is a change to the A117, or we would put it in our chapter 11, sorry.
Changes to the A117 occur in chapter 11.
Right.
Generally, yeah. Or
11. So, look in here. I mean, it seems reasonable.
Do we have the language so we can see what's being deleted?
You're adding an exception. So nothing's being deleted. You're only adding it, but I followed the way your language reads. And so
it's the exception.
So yeah, it's adding a new exception. in the 2017, there is no exceptions to 1103.9, and so we're adding one.
I appreciate all the effort. This has been a long-standing issue, and you know, the retrainer 24 inches doesn't really help us with a 24-inch deep cabinet and a 25.5-inch deep counter, right? Counter's a little bit more than a cabinet. So I think this would be really great to not have to do the extenders. And I appreciate the effort with Kim Carberg, because I want to make sure that we're still maintaining the adaptability and the reach as intended, and it sounds like that we are.
Any other thoughts, discussion? From a technical standpoint, if the committee was to recommend this, we probably wouldn't delete 11039 in its entirety. We'd probably just add the exception. So we'd probably just amend 11039 and add the exception that's underlined there.
And this is based on the 2017 A117.1. Is that correct, Kara?
It doesn't, there's no material change between 2009 and 2017, but I do believe that the 2017 moved the exceptions. There were more exceptions here in 2009, and they got moved to the 309 section. But materially nothing changes, but it was written based on the format up to 2017, correct?
We would be in chapter 10 of the standard for these units in the 9 iteration. So that's the difference here.
So what this is about is being able to use an extender to get the plug closer. Is that correct or not? This one is just not to use it at all.
Well, so the issue is that we're just trying to keep the cabinets, and you know, the trouble we're running into is appliances don't really work in shallower depth cabinets, and so it's allowing the same construction in type A units as type B, and the ability to make the outlet be within 24-inch would come from an extender with the same adaptability mindset of, you know, the same removable cabinets and things like that.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. It isn't really pointing you to what this is all about, which is allowing to use an extender. And I'm wondering if we need that somehow.
Maybe I misunderstood, because I thought that you can use an extender now to comply with the current code. Oh, okay.
I think a lot of people do it, but it's not written anywhere. It's not actually codified, but that is what a lot of people are doing.
So Harry, are you suggesting to add how one would accomplish this? The method by which you could do it is to add an extender, that kind of thing?
Because what this is doing is it's saying your countertop can be more than 25.5 inches.
Mm-hmm.
But what this is all about is the shorter distance for the plug. And I'm just worried that this won't get people to where they need to be.
Right.
I'm okay with it, but that's my concern.
Is that it's not clear. Yeah. I was confused too. That's why.
Well, I think the intent is it's making it the same as type B, and then if that reach range doesn't work for a particular resident, then they would have the ability to add the extender. But the extender is added later by a tenant, and so that's why it wouldn't be noted in the code.
But this would make it more aesthetically pleasing and not look so funky, just meeting minimum code, which would be 25 and a half if this was included, right?
Well, so I think what you're talking about, and if you scroll down, I believe there's a photo in here, if this is the actual submittal. So either right now people are assuming extenders, whether or not they acknowledge it, or they're adding the tube stud outlet that kind of protrudes out. And so that we feel like is a little bit of a negative design wise, and we try to make sure people don't walk in and think, oh, I got the accessible unit. We try and make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible and include everything in the design. But where we really struggle is that appliances don't work in shallower depth cabinets, so it's a little bit limiting. So this is just trying to bring it in line with the language of the Fair Housing Act and Type B, with the acknowledgement that if a person really had trouble with that, there is ways to easily remedy that by the tenant.
So a switch extender I could see is just could be something that plugs in on top of the existing, but for a switch, it wouldn't be so easy. You'd have to do some rewiring to put that in place, correct?
Well, I was thinking rocker switches, you can have just almost like a wand or something that could push it, which often people have if they're in, have some mobility challenges. So that wouldn't be actually physically changing anything. That's allowing them a rocker, they could be holding on to something even as simple as a pencil that would be able to change a rocker switch. An outlet, you would have to actually add an extender, which you can buy them off Amazon and they're very easily screwed in. The issue is that you want them to screw in so they don't pull out every time you unplug that appliance.
But a rocker switch isn't something that has to be installed originally, so it may not be that. That's not necessarily opposed to the idea, but when it then falls upon the person with the disability to have to do the modifications, that to me becomes a little more problematic. Yeah.
Did you
As
say
you've been,
picture? Sorry.
There was a picture in the application. I don't know if it's part of what's on the screen.
I think they can slide it down and get to the
Scroll
picture.
down, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
I mean, in some ways, I'd be okay with this is if they installed those plugs and switches to begin with so that they were there. But somebody with a disability trying to get that means they're going to have to hire somebody else to come in to do it because they can't reach that with the reach range. I just don't know that this is quite ready to go yet. Like I say, if that were what was being installed in there, I would have no problem with it, but what's everybody else think?
I guess I'm not very close to the problem And so it's all kind of new for me, and I'm still in a rose-colored glass area where I just see it as being prescriptively this way. And so I'm trying to have compassion for the applicant and try to figure out how to get there. And
I can tell you that I had a sister-in-law who was a quadriplegic, and I'm the one that did a lot of modifications to make things work for her. And that it's a real challenge for them. She was lucky that she had people to do that, but a lot of them may not. And yeah, it's challenging.
It seems like if this is only for getting type B to be more like type A, would a type B person be allowed to ask for those extra features like a type A unit? Can it like request like the toilet seat riser and the grab bars and stuff, or the shower seat? Like if you move into type A, do you get to request all those and then they put them in?
No, it's all for the resident. I mean, the applicant or the building owner can do it, but the way the rules are written, it's at the expense of the tenant.
Okay.
you're not seeing any problems with other devices like sinks or other levers besides the electrical equipment with the 24-inch, 25.5-inch cabinet. You're only seeing switches and outlets as being the difficulty with making the 25.5-inch cabinet work.
Right, because that's the only stuff that's in the back wall. It's normally built in and historically has been, flush with the backsplash. And so that's where we're challenged with what we can do.
Can you go back up to the language that we're reviewing, please?
Would it be better if we took out all light switches and just made it outlets? Because outlets, there's always numerous outlets because of the electrical code.
Right.
And then I don't know if we could make it code, but if you make it so that the screw is in the center of the outlet, then you can buy the $10 thing off Amazon that will always make up the difference. So that's pretty minor, and it doesn't require any assistance from an electrician or anyone willing to do that. It's a screw then.
I think I would be more open to that if it was just the receptacle and not the light controls and electrical switches. We just made it receptacles.
Yeah, receptacles would be an easier workaround. Like you could put in a power strip for cheap and not need any tools. Or if the light switches were like, like kind of the frou-frou lighting, not like the critical, I need to see this floor lighting.
Or the switches were somehow
Task lighting.
Yeah.
Well, just occupancy censored lighting or something that wouldn't even need a switch.
Right.
Well, a type A kitchen has a work surface, and the work surface has forward approach. So you can generally put all your switches there and some outlets there. And so we're talking about extra outlets. When we're required to put one for every section of the countertop, this is where we run into some challenges. So If we only had it say receptacle outlets, it could be, just a couple in the kitchen.
I could support that.
Let's do that.
So we're just changing it to within kitchens, receptacle outlets are permitted to be located over countertops. 25.5 inch is maximum in depth.
Right, you just delete the lighting control electrical switches.
That seems very reasonable.
Thanks,
Right.
Kara. Appreciate your
Thank you.
flexibility.
Looks like a good solution there. And Kara, while you're there, are you okay with the friendly amendment of just, instead of deleting the section in its entirety, just
Yes.
adding the following exception to the section?
Yeah, I was trying to follow how you did it, but whatever you propose is great.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So it looks like thumbs up all around from the committee on that. We're good to go. Nice. All right, and we have the next proposal from Kara. I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, so this one's about type B units. This one is definitely dependent on approving the 2017 A117. For all of the changes of making things larger, the 2017 really simplifies outlets in kitchens and units, which has been a big problem for many code versions. And I've had many conversations with Kim Perlberg over the years. And the committee definitely took a step forward in the right direction, but didn't quite get there. So they added an exception for the counter. So under the 2009 A117, it just said over one uninterrupted section of countertop, not more than one outlet can be non-accessible. And that's a really huge hurdle for corners, because in corners, if you take electrical code and accessibility code, which never coordinate, you end up with 3. Because in the mind of accessibility, if you don't provide an outlet, you don't have to make it accessible. And so you could be fully compliant for accessibility code if you just didn't put any outlets in the kitchen. However, electrical code prescribes a lot of them. And so they require 3 in every corner, and that is really, really challenging. And the authors finally understood part of it, but only solved half the problem. So they said, we've changed from not more than one non-accessible to at least one accessible, which is a really great move in the right direction. Because when we have 3, we can make 1 accessible. Making 2 is very challenging. They also exempted a corner where where 2 appliances stick out. And that's also great, but it only solves a portion of the kitchen layouts. So they've acknowledged the depth of appliances being a problem. Ranges protrude, refrigerators protrude. And so what I'm proposing here is giving an alternate that's saying not only in corners, but in a kitchen where a clear floor space is, you can't meet it up against it, as long as the countertop's not more than 18 inches. And I actually have a diagram. Would it be possible for me to share my screen? So that's a perfect picture of what we're talking about, but let me
While she's sharing her screen, I can let you know that Washington is adopting the 2017 ANSI 117.1.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay, so can you see the kitchens with a bunch of red on them?
Yes.
So this are kind of the typical kitchens, and I want to show exactly what we're trying to do. So these 2 on the right is what the committee acknowledged are a challenge. For sure, for you kitchens, we've struggled with that. So they're saying in the corner between the range and the refrigerator, you no longer have to have any accessible outlets, which we would say we're in a little bit of gray area with FHA compliance. But or in this L kitchen, they're saying you don't have to have any in countertop area number 1, but you would provide one in countertop area 2 and 3. And our code amendment that we're proposing is solving the same challenge for the galley kitchen countertop number 1, and in this linear kitchen countertop number 1 between the range and the refrigerator. Because what we're seeing is that it's just really challenging to get that to work. And we're seeing a lot of our projects shrink that cabinet down to 9 inches between a range and refrigerator to just avoid the outlet altogether, because electrical code won't require it until your countertop is over 12 inches. And we just feel like designing, changing the cabinetry like that doesn't make that kitchen more usable for anyone.
Right.
And especially in a galley, you already have 4 areas by ICC, and so you'd be required 4 accessible outlets. Whereas now in a U kitchen, they're only saying 1 accessible outlet. And so it just feels like they only solved half of it. And again, Kim Parlberg is very supportive of this, and I've submitted the same language to them, because she said she just needs people to help explain the issues with outlets. And so we feel like we understand where they were going, and they just didn't quite get there. And we want to allow that countertop of not more than 18 inches between a range and a refrigerator, or between any 2 appliances, but generally that ends up being the range and the refrigerator, because we know there'll be other accessible outlets in the kitchen.
So what's to keep a designer from taking exception 2, 3, and 4?
Well, because unless you're having multiple ranges and refrigerators in a kitchen, which then you're probably having a much bigger kitchen, you wouldn't have 3 and 4. You're either 3 or 4, unless you have multiple ranges and refrigerators.
So it really is just talking to different design layouts, and you end up choosing one of the 3 exceptions. Right now, the 2 exceptions that were added from the 2017 edition, you would keep, and then you'd add this additional one.
Right.
So is there anything that requires you to have these 2 and 3 counter spaces? Can it all just be 1 and nothing else?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
Well, I'm thinking about our really small units that we have, lots of them, and they cram in the refrigerator, the stove, and a sink, and there's not a lot of counter that's put in there. And if they put it between the stove and the refrigerator, and that's the only counter that they provided is 1 and not any at 2 and 3 or 2, then you would have no accessible outlets. Do we have something that says you need at least 1?
I'm mostly familiar with Seattle. I believe there's a requirement in 1208.3 or 1208.4 that requires a minimum of 4 square feet of countertop, in which case, you would be required to have an accessible out there. But we could certainly add the language as long as there's at least 1 accessible outlet in other counter space in the kitchen.
Yeah, I'd be all right with that, because otherwise I don't think there's anything you could get them where you wouldn't have any.
Right. I mean, I just haven't seen very many kitchens that small, but I understand your concern. So yeah, my intent was that you would always have at least 1 accessible.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that and with the rest, but if maybe we could just make that hard in there that you have to have at least 1. Then I'd be fine with that.
There's some language in number 2 that you might mimic.
I've seen them create rooms that were so small that the reality was there wasn't a place for the bed.
I'll stop sharing so we can go back to have the language up if that's helpful. You know, people are referencing 2 and 3. So we could add to number 4 saying, provided there's at least one other accessible outlet in the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Everybody else is.
Yeah, item 2 has something like only one receptacle outlet shall be required. So you could use something similar to that in the end of your sentence. Or at least one receptacle outlet is available, because you're talking about in a kitchen, right?
Right. Two is talking about between the length of countertop uninterrupted by cabinet by sink or appliance. So I think it would be.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the front end of it, but just the end of it. Yeah. Were you thinking about modifying 2?
No, okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were referencing 2.
I'm only referencing 2 for language at the end after the comma, where it says
Okay.
only one receptacle outlet. So using a similar language style to end yours. Number 4. It's like a branding. You have these repetitive statements and it ends up being like you're trying to convince people that it's the same thing.
Right. You either take out all the repetitive ones and stick it up in the charging that you have to have at least one. Then you don't need it in all the other spots, or you have to make sure it's in all the other spots.
Mhm.
Tony, any comments? How do you think would be the best way to do that?
Well, so a couple of things. I mean, I think you could add it to the end of number 4 if it was specifically addressing that configuration. And
Yeah.
I think then you're just tying it to that exception regardless.
Yeah.
I think more than likely you're going to get there anyways, just because of typical, kitchens and then the electrical code requirements for layout. But you could absolutely add that language into number 4, and that would just be addressing the public proposal and the change, and then we could keep the amendment specific to that item.
That would work for me if that works for everybody else.
Would number 3 need that language added as well then?
You would think so, but I don't think corner kitchens are ever that tiny. But and that one's straight from the 2017 A117. But we could certainly propose to add that. Because it's the same logic for both of them.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
And again, I think the electrical code is going to supersede here on layout. So I don't even think that we could get into a scenario where it's going to be problematic. But if it's best to just add it to the amended language, I think that makes sense.
So would we need to have the actual language, Tony, before we approve it, or can we let Kara put that together, or how should we manage this, moving this forward?
I think if one of the committee members or Kara can summarize it as the committee's kind of recommended here, then we can capture it. Laura's pretty good about doing that. And then the other thing is we would like to see, Kara, if you could send us those examples that you shared your screen with, so that we can have those for the record of this meeting. That'd be great.
Should I just email Laura the proposed language in that, and you can get it all finalized?
Yeah, I think that works great, as long as the committee's in agreement with adding it there to that number 4.
Yes.
All right. Seeing thumbs up. Good deal.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Kara.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So back to the matrix. Let's see where we're at. So the next item is 11-7 on the matrix, and it is the existing Oregon amendment regarding private membership clubs and churches. It comes directly from statute, and it is a place where in Oregon we are quite a bit more restrictive than the federal ADA. So existing language there for the committee. Thumbs up.
Good.
Okay. All right. Looks good. Moving on to the next one here. We have 11-8, 11044. So the IBC change here comes up in that first item under the 11044 exceptions. And it's just a clarification that the application of that 3,000 square foot parameter does not include or does not apply to covered multifamily dwellings or buildings having 4 or more dwelling units. Any questions on that one or anything? Okay. I somehow lost my video here, so I'm going to try to pop it back up.
Hey, Tony, I don't know if
Yeah.
it matters for us going through all these. Do we want to go back to the ANSI 117.1 using the 2017 version?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. That's the first item on chapter 1111-1.
Yeah.
We can backtrack a little bit there.
So I would make a recommendation that we go with the 2017 ANSI A 117.1. And it's based on the fact that California and the state of Washington are also using that.
Okay. Any more discussion from the committee?
You got a lot of thumbs up if you can't see your screen.
I can't.
Let's go. How's that?
I'm trying my best here. We'll get it back up. So thumbs up on that one. Thank you. We'll go on to the next item on the matrix here. So we went out of order, and so we're back to that 11-8. We have a couple of things there in 11044, those existing exceptions.
Hey,
So we have,
sorry to interrupt you. Jody just flashed me that cost implications, because there probably are.
yep,
gonna
oh,
go
that's
up.
good. Yeah, so what do we think for fiscal on that one?
It's kind of a, yeah. You've
Well,
got,
I think the walls and the slab are all the same. It's just you have less space for other things, maybe.
The business, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really see a financial impact with the walls that you're building, only that you end up with less space. So if it's a leasable space or something, then you're leaving that much available. So it's really an annual loss as opposed to a construction impact cost.
I would agree. Good point.
I don't know how you quantify that, Tyler. Is that the intent of the statute, to figure out what the long-term loss of the business investment is?
I don't think that's what's contemplated. I think it's mainly for construction of a new building. What is this going to practically cost? But I mean, we can note it as potentially loss over time. I'll have to talk with other policy staff about that.
Yeah, otherwise I think it's the same amount of money.
I mean, the biggest, like what you said, Eric Sandoval, it's the restrooms, right? And how much space that takes, which ties into chapter 29 on requirements too for plumbing fixtures.
Yeah, the maneuverability of doors changes too. There's some places. So it's just taking, it's consuming more space for you
It is
for
consuming.
access. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know. Is that like a 3% increase in non-usable space? It depends on how big the building is, but yeah.
Well, now everyone's taking their business outside anyhow, so.
Good retort.
Thanks, pandemic.
Any of the other architects have any thoughts or ideas?
Anything on the design side, on the cost?
It's hard to tell how much larger the buildings are going to be. You know, we're doing a lot of multifamily, and especially in the licensed care where these are impacting every single bathroom. And if there's a, you know, we've got 100 units, 100 bathrooms. We've done this in Arizona. Licensure in Arizona requires that we complied with the 2017 version, and we actually didn't have enough room on the site to expand the building, so we did kind of suck it up into the building space, but it was a fairly large impact generally. And I know that doesn't really help. I don't really have like a percentage increase or cost per square foot increase, but I think it will have a larger impact on the multifamily projects and the licensed care projects.
Yeah, it's a tire layout for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can comment since I'm not a committee member, but
I think it'd be good for you to comment, Kara.
I mean, for type B, it doesn't change anything. Type A, it does change a bit. I think this way it's where we're headed. So I'd be surprised if you don't accept it, I guess, because I guess I thought it was a foregone conclusion. I mean, they did hire and they did a multi-year study about this. I will say, as an architect, the daunting thing for me is the logistics of the rollout. So, you know, because there's going to be a time where some projects are under each. So we go from 30 by 48 to 30 by 52. And 4 inches isn't very big, but like, I just think about how we're going to have to show all that. And the turning circle goes from 60-inch wedding cake to 67-inch cylinder with a teeny sliver of knee and toe clearance. So, you know, for a typical multifamily apartment project, we're going to see type A units get a little bit bigger, and we're going to see, you know, maybe the common area bathroom, but it's not going to change type B units at all. But logistically, it's going to be a big deal. So whereas, you know, we use Revit, but you're showing, you know, a shower family for type B has 30 by 48. And now you have to create, even though it's the same shower for type A, it has to have 30 by 52. And so if you ripple that through, that's what we're trying to wrap our head around. Like, how do we have these two different, you know, we've always understood 30 by 48 is everywhere. You know, you show the dash clear floor space and everybody understands that. So I don't know how to quantify that for the design community, but I think that's the challenge for building plan reviewers and architects. But I will say the comment about a licensed care facility where it's accessible everywhere, that is a huge deal. But for a typical multifamily apartment, it's not as much the space as it is the education and logistics.
Yeah.
Does that help you, Tyler?
You there, Tyler?
Yes, I think it does. Thanks. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
All right, thank you. Sorry to keep interrupting you, Tony. I'm done.
No, that was good. That was good. Jody's on top of it. So here we go. So let's go back now in the matrix. We're going to get back to that 11044. A couple of things change in there. So we have that model code change in Up in item 1, just really just a clarification, and then we have those existing Oregon amendments. And just to provide again background on this, we'll cover it in the next matrix item as well. But this is where we have a very specific statute that requires elevators in Oregon, much more restrictive than the federal ADA. And then we have kind of built-in exceptions to that, and it sends us back for both Title II and Title III structures. So these are existing kind of well-known exemptions that we've added to 11044. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the committee for any discussion.
Is there any language that supports the idea of an elevator being used for multiple buildings?
Paul Busher is pretty sick with cancer. He's in instrumentation controls.
If it's under the same use or same property?
He's the guy that lives in his family. His wife lives in Idaho.
I know it's kind of like on the fly here, but I'm just seeing all these in a building, in a building, in a building. And I'm just wondering if it's, and they're all exceptions to the requirement.
I just want to let you know that.
What example are you talking about, Mr. Sandoval?
I'm looking at the exceptions and seeing the exceptions are related to any building of fewer than 3 stories may not be provided when these things happen. And I'm reading all those and I'm sensing this idea of the requirement for building, the fill for elevators, and how they may or may not be used in multiple buildings. So if you had like a sky bridge between multiple buildings, could you use this single elevator to do that? I think 1104.5 would allow that. Doesn't really say that. It's really not targeted by building.
Make that decision.
Interesting. What does Minnesota do? They have a lot of skyways.
There's a lot of campuses that have connected buildings, upper level. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't have any. I don't have. Getting back to your question, I don't have any problem with the Oregon amendments that you have for the multiple exceptions.
All right, well,
Yeah, I don't think I have problems with it. You know, we've had this sort of thing come up on existing buildings where they're putting in and retrofitting one, but putting connections into the building next door. And, you know, it's been something that's worked, especially if you have the same owner so that they're being run together. If you have separate owners or tenants, and then you have to be concerned about it being closed off. And how do you deal with those kind of issues? But yeah, I'm okay with this.
Okay. Anything else from the committee? Looking good? Thumbs up? Good to go. All right. Thank you for that. So that takes us through 11-8 and 11-9, and that moves us on to 11-10. And this was a significant change. And model code, just straight up model code, talking about where automatic doors are required. So either full power operated or low energy power. And it's those higher occupant loads there in the table for the groups designated. So. Thumbs up, nods, looking good. Okay, thank you for that. Moving on. The next one, we're going to 1106.2, really kind of 1106 in general. I think we could just kind of take a broad look at this section together, but really in the table is where we make the changes, and these changes align us again with the governing statute. So we have the up above, we have a link to ORS 447233. So you see that new language there in that model charge of 1106.1. Parking shall comply with ORS 447233 and these sections. And so we've made a lot of edits throughout 1106 to align with that statute.
Yeah, so you're not really changing anything from what we've always done, correct?
Yep, that's correct. So no changes there.
Yeah.
And the table actually comes from statute. So
Yeah, I think this is an easy one to approve. Move forward to the next version.
great. And so then I'm going to pause here and backtrack because I'm not doing a very good job on fiscal. I think I'm batting like less than 500 right now on calling out fiscals. And so, so on the last one, we had the automatic doors at public entrances. And could the committee comment maybe on a fiscal that's associated with that?
You know, it's at least 2,000, I think. I don't know exactly the price on these automatic doors, but if they weren't going to put one in, which many of these places already do because of wear and tear on the door, it would be additional cost.
The 2,000? Does that sound about right to everybody?
Just to clarify, is that per door? Perfect.
That's per door. Yep.
I think that'll work. Thanks.
Thanks, Taylor. Okay. Moving on. So in 1106, a couple of those other edits. So we're going to cover matrix item 11-12, 11-13, and probably 11-14, 11-15 altogether. Those are all organ amendments. And then there's some other language in there that we'll take a look at. So first here, again, this isn't changing anything. These are existing organ amendments that are aligning us with statute where we're more restrictive in that 447-233. So you'll see that there in the van spaces. You see the long-standing requirement for passenger loading zones for Group I2. That's been back from when you'll remember the old Oregon only Chapter 11, and that was a requirement back then. And then I think we also have another one there, Laura, that we wanted to point out. Oh yes, sorry, I think you were hovering over it. So the practical language add, that's an existing organ amendment. And again, just to provide some design flexibility on site. So it doesn't have to be the shortest, the singular shortest accessible route, that there's some practicality involved in the design. And then the surfaces. So this might be a bit redundant, but it is something that gets questioned a lot on our team's radar. And so we saw up front in those amendments to the ANSI standard that we were identifying what portions of section 502 are adopted. And this is one of them that comes up because it's not covered by the OTC accessible parking places standard. And so we are recognizing here that you are required to comply with that section for the surfaces, and then also reminding folks that for everything else that has to do with accessible parking design, dimensions, layout, we're going to those OTC standards that are promulgated elsewhere. Questions on that one? Looking good? Thumbs up? All right, great. Thank you. I think that covers all of those existing organ amendments. Now we are into 1107. I think Laura was just showing that. It is 11-16. So a couple of things here. So this is about electrical vehicle charging stations. And this is something that's on our radar based on past legislation, right? So there's an upcoming discussion on this. And I think that part of that would be, accessibility requirements, whether or not the spaces are reserved. I think there's quite a few, moving parts here on that. And so we just don't want to get out in front of that discussion, because that involves kind of a much broader discussion. So I imagine that discussion will, if it ties this portion in, could lead to some type of amendment in the future. But for now, we're just we're showing it to the committee that we're striking it. It's reserved for that future discussion regarding those spaces.
Did that make a video
So I'm seeing in ANSI 217, the 50211, which has electrical vehicle charging station as well. Is that also a part of this future discussion and somehow not adopted? So when we just adopt the surface of the parking space and exclude everything else out of the ANSI and take you to the Department of Transportation standard, then we've automatically taken out the electrical vehicle charging station portion of the parking, right? Is that, I'm just trying to track with you.
Yeah, sure. So no, that's a really good question, Mr. Sandoval. So if we go back and we kind of look at those upfront amendments that we covered, there were two things that were new, that were included when we identified what in 502 do we adopt. And we're actually saying that we adopt 502.11 for the actual operable parts and the accessible route, because that aligns with our consistent kind of longstanding answer and response, which is if you're providing an electrical vehicle charging station on an affected building site, that's an accessible element. It's required to be served by an accessible route. It must meet all the operable parts, reach ranges, all those things, because it's there for public use. So you'll see that there in 1102.127, and we say 502.10 and 502.11 are adopted.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep.
Great. So any questions on that as far as that being struck here, or for now? Looking good. Okay. All right, so moving on in the matrix here, the next item up is 1108.5. So a series of amendments in 1108.5, and these originated with the work to remove Appendix SR, if you remember that, prior to the 2014 iteration of the OSSC. And this is all just, again, basic alignment with those, with licensure. And this language came from Dan Pergel, who works with Janice, I believe. So, any questions on this? The addition of type A to align with licensure. And then there's also some model language embedded there that you see in purple. Provide some flexibility for these types of facilities. I think you're on mute, Terry, if you're talking to us.
Yeah, thank you. When I look at those two purple exceptions, they both say when not more than 50% of the accessible units. So they're limiting the number that can use that exception. Is that what they're doing there?
Yep, and not more than 50%.
Okay.
And then that rolls into the next kind of portion of this specific to ALF and RCF. And this is where we have very specific existing amendment language for those types of facilities. So Group I1 Condition 2 ALF and RCF, which is very specific, subject to licensure by the state, of course, Condition 2. And then we have additional amendments existing that we'll work through as we scroll down.
Okay.
So here we go. We're into 1108.515, and you see that specific existing language for those ALF and RCF. It's limited to those. And again, my understanding from back then when these were created was to align with licensure.
That makes sense. I like it.
Okay. Good to go on all those? I think I'm going completely off the matrix right now. So.
No, you're doing fine. The only thing
Okay.
we jumped all the way to 1124 now. So 1123 was the last one you closed, which was Bailey facilities. So everything above that, I've been watching the matrix and what you're doing, the dialoguing perfectly.
Okay, great.
So you're 1124 now.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for tracking along.
Sure.
So Group I2 nursing homes. So we have some new language there, and we also have some existing language regarding licensure as well, built in, exception 3. very similar language and not more than, and in this case, 90% of the accessible units. Model stuff.
Tony, this is Jody.
Yeah.
In the talk about care facilities and being R3s instead of the Is and wanting them to have accessibility, it is still the intent that none of these pieces will apply to the R3 versions of 5 people or less in a dwelling. Does that sound right?
I think that sounds correct. I mean, the basis of this was specific to those I2, conditions 1 or 2, and then we had similar for the R4, and once we get to the R4, it's 6 to 16. So I think you're tracking that right, Jody.
Okay, so it looks like for those care facilities, the only accessibility that would be required would be in this R3 section, when you have the sleeping units, 4 or more sleeping units, that they would be type B. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, and we were talking about this a little bit. Eric and I were digging into it. There's Eric. So a couple of things. I think it's something where we probably need to reach out and maybe get some verification from maybe even just US Access Board or US DOJ on it. But that would be my understanding, is that it's aligned with what you've described. And the other thing there is that it lists bedrooms that shall be counted as sleeping rooms in certain facilities. And so it doesn't list, these residential care facilities specifically, but it's also not really addressing those here in this in this configuration. And so that would be the one thing I think that we would need to verify. But I think, and Eric, you can jump in here too, but that was my understanding, was that it was that would be 4 or more, and it would either be sleeping units or potentially bedrooms serving as sleeping units for the purposes of determining if type B were required.
Okay. I wasn't sure how licensing worked, and the other piece was, I think the intent has been that you aren't going past national code on these things, and it looks like national code would say that those would not be required to be of these higher levels of accessibility when they're the 5 or fewer.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point, Jody, and I think we can follow up on that and maybe just get some confirmation of how they treat those, and if there's any consideration. And then obviously on the childcare side, there's that specific existing requirement for being Title III, place of public accommodation. That's a good note, Jody. Thanks for that. And hopefully we can just we can circle up after these committee meetings and work on getting some consistent language back to the committee for consideration. All right. So where we left off there was the I2 nursing homes, and then the existing amendment for specific condition 1 facilities. Looking good? Good. Thumbs up. All right. So the next one here is 1108-521. Oh no, that's the one we just covered. Sorry. Backtracking here. 1108-54. So same thing, very similar language throughout these facilities, but again, just model here for group I2 rehab facilities. Good. All right. Thumbs up. Next one, 1108-64. So now we see the group R4 existing amendments. You see some clarification language in that bright blue language down below. So again, no technical changes. We were just trying to clean up the existing amendment language, trying to improve it as much as possible and kind of put it into code speak if you will. So existing, and specifically for those R4 condition 2 ALF and RCF. Thumbs up. All right. Excellent. Thank you. So we have 1108, same thing here, working down through all of those. 1108, 644, 41. We have the next one up is 1108, 642. I think covered that.
We covered all the
Oh,
way to 11.31. It was just the 1109.2. And I would just like to, because it's a different number, instead of 1108, it's 1109. I'd just like to make a statement about the fiscal, that I don't think there's been any fiscal impacts in the last 10 or so. So we could quote, you know, as we're jumping from 1108 to 1109, if that is what the rest of the committee thinks. We've been covering amendments, we've been getting exceptions. I haven't seen anything yet that adds cost to what the previous code was doing.
Would agree. It's clarification and aligning with licensure.
Right. So thanks, Tony, for letting me interrupt you there before you jumped into 1131, 1109.2.
Yep, nope, that's great. Thanks, Mr. Sandoval. And yep, or existing amendments, so no fiscal impact on maintaining those. Okay, so 11092. This is just clarification here. You'll see the new language added in bright blue. And it's just when we're applying the accessibility standards, you know, kind of setting those scoping parameters for folks. So could lawn seating be in? Absolutely. If you're on an affected building site and that lawn seating is serving an affected building under the state building code. Okay, thumbs up. The next one, 110929. So there are a couple of things here. We have in 110929, we have the removal of the mezzanine requirement there, an accessible route to dining and drinking areas, and a mezzanine is not required provided that the mezzanine contains less than 25% of the total combined area for dining and drinking, and the same services and decor are provided in the accessible area. That's an existing Oregon deletion.
And that's driven by statute, I'm assuming, Tony.
Yeah, Terry, I don't recall the exact reasoning, and I think we went through it on the 2019, and I can always dig into that one too if you're looking for additional background.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it wasn't, then I would be open to leaving it, but I'm guessing that it's driven by, because this is one of those areas where Oregon's more restrictive than the national code.
Yeah, and I'll jot that one down, Terry. And either way, we can circle back to it. So for now, if the committee, unless the committee has other comments, we'll keep it as okay to maintain the deletion, and then make a note. We'll circle back. And then we have in the next one there, long-standing Oregon amendment. It's a pretty popular one. It comes up quite a bit. And again, it's where we do provide greater accessibility where we have a bar or table for the consumption of food or drink, bar counter, and it requires a physically integrated portion of the bar, and specifically says that you cannot use flip-up counters or adjacent tables. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Maintaining that one. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that one's statute.
Laura, were you jumping to another document? Is there something there that you wanted to pull up?
No, my computer was breaking.
Okay. No, that's fine. Mine was doing the same thing earlier, so. Okay, 1110, 13.2. So we're looking at it here. This is just a clarification. Once we get there. So what we're seeing here in 1110.22, just for reference, is the pointers that we already covered for those facilities. It was pointing us to these standards here that are in 1110.22. We have one there. If we could, Laura, could we stop at 1110.6? I think we're a little bit out of order on the matrix here. So the bottle filling station, again, this is, I think, past due. There's been a lot of questions about this. So just clarification that where they are provided, they shall be accessible, very similar to drinking fountains. And then there is some flexibility in the exception there. Model code. Good. Okay.
There's some fiscal impact there, maybe.
I doubt it. It just has to do with where you put it. Doesn't affect the piece of equipment.
That it's required.
Plus you choose to put it in, right? So if you don't have to put it in.
Yeah.
Right.
So 1134, 1110, 13.2.
Yeah.
So did we already do service windows and operable parts? I don't remember that. 13.2, there it is. I don't see any amendments there, but it's
No, I
on
don't
the
see
it's
it
on the
either.
screen. Clarification: sales service counters now specifically address windows. Such
Yeah,
elements
well,
are no.
while you look at that, I'm gonna look real quick to the SIG changes because I remember this one.
It's not a different color.
It's where counters. So the new language is or windows are provided for, again, just
there
some
it is.
clarification,
Yeah.
sale. Great.
Mhm.
Laura's
There it is.
fast.
Yeah. So took out point of sale, put sales, counter or windows. Yeah.
Just clarification there. Model.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And again, I think it's if they provide it and all it has to do with is at what height it has to be. So it's not really affecting cost.
Yeah. For two reasons. You don't have to do it, and it's just a matter of place it in the right location.
Right.
Shouldn't cost any more. If you haven't built it yet.
If you put it in the right place to begin
To
with.
start with, yeah.
The next item there we have is the operable parts. So we're going to take a look at it's 11-35 on your matrix, 11-10-15, and she's right there. So there is some basically what you're seeing here is the long list that we had in the 19 OSSC is being shortened because now we just have a pointer to ICC, the A117 standard. So it helps kind of condense things a bit. Thumbs up, looking good on that. Some things here. So these aren't on the matrix, but if we could just cover them. Sorry, Laura, I'm running. Yep, back up a little bit, please. So a couple of things. These are existing deletions. Obviously regulating, loose equipment within the building is not something that we do under the state building code. So that's the reason why gaming machines and tables it's deleted. Of course, those customers may still have some requirements to fulfill under the federal ADA. So that's generally what we communicate to folks. Recreational facilities, this gets us that pointer right up front in that blue language, going back to those amendments that we covered at the beginning of the chapter. So just to kind of bring it all together there. So that's entirely struck. And then I think that brings us all the way down to signs, we have some new language here for signs. It wasn't identified as a significant change. It was really more just clarifying. There was a pointer to the international plumbing code that we had to adjust. And so we have a pointer there to the plumbing code. And then again, it's just referring us to the A117 standard for the design of those signs. Thumbs up. All right, thank you. And then the last thing here is clustered mailboxes. One thing that you'll see here is that this section, we've proposed it to you to be quite a bit shorter. This comes from statute, and it's a statute-driven requirement to have in the code. But what we tried to do is reduce duplicative requirements, right? So if we have an accessible route, then we know what that means. That means something, it's a defined term. And so we tried to reduce some things here, and you see that new language. And if you compared it side by side to that 19 OSSC, you'll see that it is quite a bit shorter because we've condensed some of those things. All right, thumbs up.
I have a quick question on that section, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see that in 1113.1, you added the affected building site, which I think is really great for the accessible route. So that is telling me that it's most likely exterior. But then if you go to 1113.4, the turning space at clustered mailboxes, is that also exterior clustered mailboxes and not mailboxes on the inside of a building?
Yes, correct. That's my understanding, because I think those are the clustered mailboxes interior, mailbox storage interior is already covered by the standard.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You bet. Good question. All right, so 11. I think we're doing good on fiscal, Tyler. Yeah, we're not missing anything. You're tracking. Okay, good. So that moves us on to chapter 12. Right up front here in chapter 12, we do have a public proposal for the committee, and it is proposal 22-04, and it's modifying section 1202.1. I see Mr. Moore's here to kind of walk the committee through the proposal. And then we also have Mark Heiser from our team, who has some, I think, wants to provide some division comments after Mr. Moore gets done kind of walking us through. So with that, Mike, I'll turn it over to you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. So up through 2018, the model codes required mechanical ventilation for dwelling units, basically as a function of a blower door test. But beginning in 2021, the IMC requires dwelling unit ventilation as a function of complying with just the air sealing provisions in ASHRAE 90.1 or the IECC, and it's not based on compliance with an elective blower door test anymore. The thought behind this is that if you're building to the mandatory air sealing requirements of these energy codes, if you will, 90.1 is of course a standard, but if you're building to the mandatory air sealing requirements, then you're going to be producing a dwelling unit that's tight enough to require mechanical ventilation, regardless of whether or not you perform a blower door test to confirm that you actually did build it as tight as the code's requiring. So the 2024 IBC also aligned with the language in the 2021 IMC to remove the blower door trigger requirement and just require it for all dwelling units complying with 90.1 or IECC. So this proposal would align with the latest I codes in requiring mechanical ventilation for any dwelling unit complying with 90.1 essentially. And of course, we know that 90.1 is not required in Oregon for R2, all R2 dwelling units. If we look outside of Oregon, Washington and California both require mechanical ventilation for all R2 dwelling units. And if we look back inside of Oregon, this would be similar to the action that the Oregon Residential Specialty Code took in amending R303.4 to require mechanical ventilation, again, regardless of the outcome of the blower door test. So it just says specifically like mechanical ventilation is required in accordance with chapter 15, and it just points you that way. So I mentioned, and Mark will probably mention this here, that in the proposal, I said this is a coordination proposal. In my head, I was thinking that Oregon's moving forward with the 2021 IMC. And so the IMC language would essentially require mechanical ventilation. And so I wanted to make sure that the IBC language was coordinated with that. After talking with Mark, I understand that you guys have jurisdiction over whether or not mechanical ventilation is required for dwelling units. So it's not a foregone conclusion that it would be required. So please forgive my statements in there, making the supposition that adoption of the 2021 IMC would kind of automatically require mechanical ventilation as is currently written. But that's the general background. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Mark will be able to fill in any gaps that I omitted.
Any questions for Mr. Moore before we have Mr. Heiser come up?
This one would have a pretty big financial impact. Do we have an idea of what that is per unit?
So I could speak to that a little bit. Right now, mechanical ventilation of bathrooms is required by the OSSC. So you already have to have an exhaust fan in these dwelling units. If you go to the IMC, you can use that exhaust fan in low-rise units to provide the dwelling unit mechanical ventilation rate. So depending on what the IMC or the mechanical committee decides to do, there could be no cost associated with this because you've already got that bath fan, that exhaust fan in there. Now, if we look at the energy code, there is a requirement that if you are providing outdoor air, mechanical ventilation outdoor air, then you have to provide an HRV or an ERV in the prescriptive path in certain climate zones in Oregon. You could do the performance path and not provide an HRV or ERV, in which case there could potentially be no additional costs associated with this. But there are a lot of moving parts right now. I can say that if you are required to have an HRV or ERV, that passed through 90.1's cost effectiveness screening. So over the life of the unit, we can expect cost effectiveness for the H and ERVs versus alternatives.
So maybe $2,000 a unit for the ERV, HRVs, something like that.
I've seen, I would expect an incremental cost versus an exhaust fan of around $600 to $800. The studies that I've participated in, getting retail costs and looking at ducting and the ability of the HRV to offset exhaust fans in bathrooms point to that being a reasonable expectation for the increase in cost, several hundred.
Is that a install cost or equipment cost?
Installed, right? If your baseline is a supply only fan, then you're looking at maybe cost parity because you've got those exhaust fans that can be offset by the H or ERV, which can't be, of course, offset by a supply system. So that's, it depends on what your reference system is.
Other questions for Mike? Mr. Heiser, can you jump on here and
yes,
give
thank you,
us a
Tony.
little input? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Mark Heiser with the division. Yeah, this is something that the residential board went through and moved toward a balanced whole house ventilation system for the model code using their ventilation rates and with a bit of consideration to some other things that they have that aren't in either model code or in the standard code, where we have some additional ventilation requirements, a little higher, set under the construction claims task force, and that they also have the ability for the homeowner to be able to turn the system on and off. Some pieces that, you know, it's been considered for a few years, they move that way. For the building code in Oregon, of course, we've sort of had this where the mechanical code was triggered when So the requirements for natural ventilation were always under this code, the OSSC, chapter 12. If it was mechanical, it went to the mechanical code. Right now, what we're looking at is pretty significant change for us, and talked with one of the contractors on the mechanical committee about what they're seeing and looking at that, and they're to change the practices they're doing now in the city of Portland. Would putting in the ERV was closer to $3,000 to $4,000 was the price they were giving us. Of course, that's where we want to have mechanical contractors and that committee to look at that as well, but it can be a significant change for them to change the practice. With that, of course, going through the complications of that, some of the proposals we're looking at on the mechanical side can, depending on the amount of ventilation that's done, could increase the amount of energy use. So looking at the energy board and the impacts there. But if under your code in chapter 12, you take away or, put away the current allowance to, which is a long current allowance to have natural ventilation, and it all gets triggered in the mechanical code, it does require through the energy code to have energy recovery ventilators. And of course, this is also, so we've got 4 boards actually involved with this, which would also include the residential and mechanical structures board, because they're going to have to look at the 3-story and under apartments on this. And in talking with some of the committee members on the mechanical side to come up with something that works, they would probably be looking at having a little extra time to actually consider this and come up with good ventilation rates, reviewing all the factors, design implications that may happen, because there's different ventilation for high-rise apartments versus, the 3-story garden apartments, looking at energy costs, cost of installation, possibly some alternate methods that could be done prescriptively, instead of having to go, the way to get out of the ERV currently would have to be to do a full energy model on the building, and really look at the health and safety on this as well. A bigger work group to look at this in more detail is probably where the mechanical group might be going on this. So just to let you know that on that, they might need a little more time to look at this and not work it out today. If there are any questions.
That 3,000, 4,000 cost, was that an installed cost that the contractor was putting in?
That was the total installed cost that was getting quoted on a project in Portland. Yeah. They were giving. So there are some on a small studios, it could be in that lower end rate that Mike was quoting, but depending on the size and the amount of ventilation, you're going from simple equipment to, full units that move more than 40 CFM, and you're looking at having a unit that's in a probably in a either in a closet or above an access panel to get to there. It's not a smaller ceiling mounted piece anymore. So when you make that change, costs start changing dramatically. So 1 bedroom, small 2-bedroom maybe, although meeting 45 CFM is a bit, and then once you're at 2-bedroom and bigger, it really does start changing because the triggers are more like 45 CFM.
Mark, a question for you here. Just looking at coordination across, as you mentioned, 4 boards, which can be difficult. If the mechanical group is going to pull a work group together to look at this, and that's the intention, if they were to come up with recommendations basically used across everything, and the OSSC were to maintain the current language, then that would really preclude the mechanical code from being able to act, right? I'm just wondering, is there a way for OSSC to say, in this section, something like where mechanical ventilation is required by the mechanical code or something like that, just to basically set the table to allow that group to make the determination? they determine it's necessary, great. If not, then but at least we ensure that there's not a conflict.
I could address part of that. I know you directed it to Mark, but I think that typically we see the building code as the facilitating code of the other codes. And so this would be out of type with that. I know that there are other codes that direct you to do things, and like, electrical code says, I need some space, I need some exit signs and all stuff. So we take care of it. I don't know if it would be something that I'm comfortable with right now to recommend that to the division, to have that required by the mechanical code. That would be my personal response. Not sure I speak for any of the other committee members.
Mark, what is national code language? Does it require this now?
So the national code language, and if Laura could scroll down just about a line or back to show both for, so we have normally tried to make it so that to avoid duplication or conflicts between the mechanical code and the structural code, we have referred back to natural ventilation here in chapter 12 of the structural code. So what is happening at the national code level for 2021, as you can see, the 1202.1 is still saying where the air change rate, where tested with a blower door, is still in the model code. The mechanical code is changing to dwelling units complying with the air leakage requirement of the energy code, which would be a mandatory now on the mechanical side if you didn't have also the possibility to use the natural ventilation path. So there is a bit where something that would at least say where the mechanical code, you're either saying could potentially have language where in this saying that, if you'll notice, the second line or the last line of 1202.1 or paragraph is saying that I2, or the last one is that ambulatory and I2 shall be mechanically ventilated in accordance with the mechanical code. I think that's what just saying that dwelling units, you could make it just dwelling units shall be ventilated according to the mechanical code. If there's still a natural ventilation path, that could possibly be left in the mechanical to point back to this, but I believe that's what Mike was asking for, was just to get something that dwelling units R2, R3, R4 will be per the mechanical code.
Right, and I'm happy to share my screen. I could share the 2021 IMC language. It's also the same as the 2024 IBC language at this point. If you guys want to take a look at that.
Sure.
All right. So here's the 401.2 of the IMC, how this reads. So you can see that this change in 2021 removed the tie to the blower door test, and the 2024 IBC language reads the same at this point. So it's just a cycle off and coordinating, effectively requiring mechanical ventilation for dwelling units, complying with an energy code. So yeah, as Mark said, it is a big change for the state, moving towards a mechanical ventilation requirement. It would be in step with your neighbors to the north and south. Montana and Idaho also have requirements for low-rise dwelling units to have ventilation at this point. If you guys understanding like this is a big question and it's something that the mechanical committee wants to deliberate over, that's why I was suggesting if there's any way just to make sure that there's not an obstacle to them coming to a determination. If there's some way to make sure that 1201.2 is amended to permit that determination by the mechanical code, then that would help with coordination in this cycle in Oregon.
I have to admit that air quality and not having mechanical ventilation has been a concern of mine for a while as buildings keep getting tighter and tighter, both 1 and 2 family and commercial, because that's what we continue to do every energy code cycle is make them tighter. And I don't know that people understand opening their windows in the winter or whatever to get some ventilation in there. But that's a pretty big added cost too. I'm guessing it's somewhere between the 2 numbers that we were given, but where exactly, that's still a pretty big number.
It's not insignificant, absolutely. And again, that HERV requirement is only triggered if you're doing prescriptive path. So you can do performance path, which is a building energy simulation, and get around it. If you'd like to do that, understand that that's not commonly used right now, but as energy code requirements get more stringent, that we'll see people moving towards that option in the future to give them more options.
But wouldn't that method of providing the evaluation mean that there was something that you were doing to provide the ventilation? I'm not sure I understand that. The only thing that really does is potentially remove the ERV from the piece. There still would be some other way that's
correct.
The designer would have to do it. The test isn't enough. You have to actually figure out a way to make the same thing happen.
Right. And right now there's a requirement for bathroom exhaust in the OSSC. And, you can't get around that. So mechanical ventilation is required, and you can use an exhaust only approach in the 2021 IMC for low-rise dwelling units at this point. And Mark, can you confirm whether or not the high-rise would require a supply system or balance system? Or I know it doesn't require balanced as is currently written.
As currently written, if you were doing mechanical ventilation, we have minimum requirements for exhaust, and then we'll discuss this as the high-rise buildings covered under table 403.3 of the mechanical code. The requirements for bathroom exhaust, and then the living spaces have to have a turnover rate of minimum of either 0.35 air changes per hour or a minimum of 15 CFM per occupant, which comes out to the number of occupants is set by the number of bedrooms plus 1. So a 2-bedroom apartment would have at least a minimum requirement of 45 CFM moving through somehow, either through an exhaust only system, using one of the bathroom fans or some other methodology, but it doesn't require, yes, anything to blow in, balancing that quantity out.
Okay, so with that interpretation, there doesn't have to be an incremental cost with this if you go through the performance path, because you already have that bathroom exhaust fan required.
I'll just clarify that. Under the performance path, you're setting a baseline building using the mechanical or using the ERV as your baseline. You have to, by removing the energy recovery ventilator, you have to find somewhere else in the building that has to be better than code. So there is something that has to be done to make up for removing the ERV. Excuse me.
Right. It's good clarification.
It's funny, you don't have to make up for it when you open the window. Then there's no energy code requirement.
Yeah, I have a wife who comes from the Nordic area, and I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen here. But how it goes.
Yeah, 4012 doesn't address Nordic spouses, unfortunately.
Yeah. I knew when I became vulnerable, it would just come out. Anyway, so yet those to the 401, I think there's some leverage here to get into the 2021 code. I don't have any problem going forward. It's like completely eliminating the natural ventilation that is really on the table. And I appreciate you wanting to really address the issue and just taking the bull by the horns and saying, hey, look, this is where we're all going. Let's do it right, make it energy sweet, and it's going to cost some money. What do you think? So I appreciate your boldness. I don't know how to weigh in on it.
To clarify, Mike, so we are you're proposing to change the 21 IBC model that we're looking at and the existing 19 OSSC, right? So you're proposing to go to because the 21 IBC model still has the requirement for the blower door.
Correct.
So, okay. Okay.
Right. So this would align it with the 2024 IBC, as well as the 2021 IMC is the intention of the proposal. But if this committee isn't willing to take that step and wants to defer to the mechanical committee, then I could come back with modified language, or we could do it on the fly to permit the mechanical committee to mechanical code to make the determination of whether or not mechanical ventilation is required for dwelling units.
And can we ask Mark, when do you think that might happen?
Our next meeting is, I think, in a week and a half, and we need to get a full feel from the whole committee right now, whether or not that could be done this cycle or whether they're going to look at it next code cycle. And have a longer term committee to really look in depth at this is a really big issue on the ventilation rates, looking at energy, looking at potential something to the SEEB to potentially give even more options and alternates for the ERV, other than just using an energy model. Whether they come up with a full solution this code cycle is still to be decided by their group as well. And then if this affects one and all dwelling units, of course, we'll be running this by the RMSB as well for their look at it, because they're running that portion of the ventilation. That's why it's making it. Would like to have a good solid piece to bring back to everyone, but will it happen this year? We're still going to see. We haven't had a chance to have that discussion at our committee, and that's going to be our next meeting, which I believe is something like the 8th. Or
because I would think this is going to happen at some point. It needs to happen. If it's not this cycle, it needs to happen at the next one. The energy code is on a different cycle, so that makes it a little hard. Plus, since we're using the 90.1, it's probably already there, but I don't think we put that part in. But yeah.
Well, I think what we could do, and I know that there's a lot of other people involved with this, but I'm just trying to do our part. So we've got this big heavy lifting group that's doing the coordination between energy and mechanical and ventilation. And I'm just trying to make sure that we potentially stay out of the way of that, but also maintain the facilitation within the building code. So potentially what we could do is push as much forward as we could in this committee and then leave the rest of it potentially to the structures board, meaning that pending what happens with the mechanical code board decisions, they could bring it back in one of our quarterly meetings and then push it forward. So I'm just trying to maybe ask Tony to ask the committee. I'm not in charge here. So I'm just trying to make sure that we are in alignment with that concept, not necessarily the exact words, but maybe that concept of doing our part.
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with with not necessarily adopting this, but saying that we like the concept, or that we think that's where it's going, but we want the mechanical board to weigh in and do their part as part of this, and then have it brought up at the structures board at that point. I can live with that.
Yeah, and I'd like to just readdress something that Eric Sandoval brought up about this being the mother code, if you will. This chapter does provide the provisions of those interior spaces. It's not the mechanical code per se. So we do I'm not really in favor of necessarily bringing it like per mechanical code, what that says. So yeah.
And when I just proposed this last piece of doing our part, I wasn't saying that we would give that up. I'm just saying that that I want to get us to agree on whatever we can agree on, to let the board know what our committee thought of it, so that when the board meets, that we would have your ideas in that.
And also, yeah, it's like a bigger conversation, I think, is what we're getting at between the different code committees.
Well, and because if we just approve this right now, then what it does is puts the pressure on the mechanical board to come up with a way to make it work.
Right. Which may not be a bad idea.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can go either way, to be truthful.
Look at Mark. So where does this leave us?
Well, I think that adopting the 2024 doesn't hurt us. It doesn't really say, it's not getting rid of the natural ventilation. So we could do that and move this from 2021 to 2024. We could get that part done without any real consequences. So in the proposal that's being proposed, to me, that part is easily done. And the rest of it, in terms of getting rid of the natural ventilation with this other methodology, is a bigger conversation that needs more input and more data. So we could defer that to the structures board when it's ready to be reviewed, with the consensus of this committee saying whatever we say.
There's quite a few options on the table. So you can absolutely recommend that you like this proposal and that it makes sense, but that you're also, wanting to see the results or the conclusion of those other discussions at the mechanical side. You can absolutely do that. You can wait until after the mechanical meeting and have Mr. Heiser and I imagine Mr. Moore come back after what they talk about over there during the mechanical committee, whether or not maybe they're establishing a work group to identify some accurate fiscals, because that's absolutely probably going to be important to have a lot of detailed figures here on the fiscal side, especially when we start talking about housing impact and affordability and those things, right? So we'll need to have some fiscal data that we can give to Tyler there. And then, so you have all the options. It's really at the pleasure of the committee what you want to do. If you want to recommend to table it for now, come back to it. You want to recommend approving it now and just waiting for the mechanical and kicking it to the actual governing advisory board review. You have all those options. It's at the pleasure of the committee.
I kind of like what Eric was proposing, that we kind of make the recommendation that it move that way, so that it goes to the mechanical board, one that gives them some direction on where we would like it to go. And then it still goes to the structures board to make a final decision on this, which at that point, hopefully they'll have had some feedback from the mechanical board also.
Your thoughts, Elizabeth?
If that is the path, that makes sense. If we can go that direction, I feel like I'm a little naive knowing what those options are.
What you have to remember is other people have to approve everything we do.
Right.
So
anything we do can be overturned.
Yeah, we can. But I would just give you an example of one that happened like, I don't know when it happened, maybe
Okay.
3 years ago, or whatever it was. So we were in this place of like 40 hours worth of discussion about energy. It was really huge. It was a big thing, right? I mean, all these different and then we just threw it all away and did 90.1. Not that, I mean, I'm probably saying this wrong and probably you'll get in big trouble with somebody. But anyway, at the end of that, what happened was we said, well, what we're going to do is we're going to push the structural portion of the energy code to this other board called the Energy Board and let them decide how to move the energy code forward. But we need to give it back to us to approve when we're done. So it gives you the ability as the structures board. Again, we're not approving anything, we're recommending, and so it's not an absolute approval, but it gives public visibility within this group called the structures board that supports the division, this committee which supports the structures board, visibility to say, okay, well, maybe just add the sentence or move this around or whatever. It gives you one more chance to say, this is going to, from our point of view, called the building code point of view, it looks that this language needs to be this way to help support the purpose of this building code. So that when you go out to the field and inspect, when you go out to do plan review, that you have the ability to say, hey, so yeah, we're going to put that ventilation in, but make sure you do X, Y, Z. So from the building plans examiner, building inspector point of view, you still have authority to weigh in the actual construction process. So you're not completely giving it all away, because it just keeps rippling, right? It just keeps moving beyond what the language says here. You have to do something about it when it gets to your office.
Anybody else out there have some comments?
No, I kind of agree with you and Eric, and just going ahead and recommending this, and then again going and just trying to figure out what the mechanical committee does and their board decides, because I'm a little bit all of them. So because I do both, so besides the structural, I do the mechanical too. So I would
Same
like to
guy,
hear what
yeah.
they have to say.
Nice, John.
You ready to give thumbs?
Right.
Can we clarify that? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm pretty sure Tony was going to do that. He was going to say,
Oh,
like,
yes.
okay, now what we
Go,
said was,
Tony. DJ Tony.
So it sounds like what the committee has recommended is accepting the proposal regarding the modification of 12021 of the OSSC. And that would be forwarded to Mr. Sandoval's board, the Building Code Structures Board. And in the interim, they're going to be discussing on the mechanical side. And then probably, hopefully, all that information comes together. And then, of course, any impact to the Residential Manufactured Structures Board would occur afterwards. We always go back to them since they have sole authority over low-rise. So 3 stories or less, exterior door for each unit. I think that is what I understood that the committee did. Does that sound right to all the committee members?
That sounds right.
Yeah, and I think on the fiscal part, we're kind of hoping that that mechanical group can maybe get a better fiscal number on what that is.
Okay, and for now, Terry or other committee members, do you have something to include there, at least as a placeholder?
Yeah, I would give it a range of $2,000 to $3,000 per unit, and then we'll see whether or not that's modified by the mechanical board.
And Mark, I'm happy to share the cost data with you that I referenced earlier. If that's helpful.
So he does have cost data, so maybe we go 1 to 2,000.
That's okay with me.
Yeah.
Let's use that. That seems to be kind of somewhere in the middle for what everybody has.
Get that, Tyler? Okay. Laura, are you good?
Yes.
I think so. I'm assuming she's good.
Oh yeah, I said yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, no, I
Yes.
didn't. I was
I
just
said
waving.
yes.
Okay. Got it tracked. Thanks for being here, Mike.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Mike, for coming in.
And thanks, Mr. Heiser, for being here for that.
Yes, Mark.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
All right, so we're moving on. Not a lot in chapter 12, but we're going through our matrix. Now we're going to be at item 12-2, 1202.3, unvented installation of
She's back. Yay. We're worried there, Laura.
Dodged a bullet.
Yeah. Those are big shoes to fill, Eric.
panic. That's all I had was panic.
What happened?
You just dropped off for a while.
And it quit recording.
Oh my gosh. Make it.
Yeah.
And I was going to take notes.
Let's not have that happen.
Okay. So we're on matrix item 12-2, 1202.3, just that new language there, just providing options. You see that purple, it's model language.
Yeah,
And then
sounds good.
Adds a definition as well. Looks good to everyone.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, next one up, we have 1202.4.3. And this is an existing Oregon amendment. And it's just clarifying that if we're mechanically ventilating a crawl space, you must provide ground cover, class 1 vapor retarder. OSSC. Okay, thumbs up. All right, next one, 1207. This is an entirely new section here on enhanced classroom acoustics. Where required by this section shall comply with the ANSI standard. And it sets the threshold there of where required in 1207.2. It's based on the volume of those classrooms.
And it's when it's that volume or less, not more, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I think there's a companion.
Can't say that I've ever looked at that in the ANSI, so I'm not even sure what the requirement is. Tony, is it adding much cost or what's it doing?
So it goes through a performance method and a prescriptive method. It provides some options there, and it's based on, let's see. Laura, do you have access to the 17 ANSI? I mean, just pull up 808 so the committee can see it.
And it would be with the new ANSI, right?
Correct.
2017.
Yeah. Yep.
And as
It
much
is
as
new.
anything, it's so we can tell if there's a cost.
Yeah.
I just put it in the link in the chat. So if
Oh,
you
great.
want to pull it
Thank
up,
you.
you can do that. Yeah.
As a
It's
plans
like-
examiner, I'm wondering how we check this. What are we looking at?
Depends on what
Laura,
they're
I
asking
have
us
it
to
up. You want
do.
me to share my screen?
Yes, please. My computer's being silly.
You cannot share while somebody else is sharing. Well, it's not
Stop.
multiple sharing time, apparently.
Take
I have to
permission.
fix that.
Screen 2, I think that's it. I hope so. Share. Oh, I don't even know. Do you see 808?
Yes.
Yep, that's great. So the 808.1 there, Terry, that's the same scoping on that volume or less. Then it sets the two options, prescriptive and performance. Then it has some thresholds on ambient sound.
Oh, 35 is pretty quiet. 35 dBA. But the fish tank's off, the computer's off, printer's off, and hopefully there's no
Right.
construction outside. Yeah.
Definitely a performance type method.
Right. And I want to, is Jody still on here? She brought up like as a plans examiner.
Well, I guess I'd push it back to the architects. Like, how are y'all education designers at all? Like, is this what the schools are requiring anyway?
Mhm.
Or how would you show us that this works?
Looks
I
like
don't-
it's giving some kind of a calculation.
Yeah, I don't know how to do this, but I'm sure one of our engineers could figure it out. So, I mean, from what I understand about the studies we're doing, you have to do some, you have to start with wherever your assumptions are. And I don't, I don't know if you could assume that 35 outside and 50 outside is capable. But if you could, then you could calculate what the room would do and how the sound would bounce around. So an acoustic engineer could do that.
Okay.
Do education projects already have acoustical engineers
My guess
as a
is no.
consultant on that project? Are we adding costs to the project?
I think you're adding cost to the project for design and for construction.
And would it be tested at some point or no?
That's a really good question, because if it's a lot like smoke exhaust, right, how do you know it was installed correctly? Yeah.
Right.
So as a plant examiner, where's my calculations, and as an inspector, where's your certificate of compliance?
It would have to go to a special inspections kind of thing, I would think. That's cost.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's if it's, if it's verified, or is it simply
Right.
a code requirement? Is it something, I mean, again, I think the tie back is to, as we covered in chapter 11 on how the provisions of A1 17.1 apply. So if there wasn't a threshold requirement for section 808, then we would never get there as it even being required. It would just be in that design standard, completely separate from the state building code.
Where required by this section?
And it's being required in any e-classroom smaller than 20,000 cubic feet.
Mm-hmm. So it's required.
It seems a little odd to me that it's here instead of an accessibility, because it is an accessibility standard. But that, I don't know if that matters or not. It does seem.
I think it does. I mean, what I'm seeing is that as accessibility gets more embedded in the base code, it becomes more probable to achieve. and it becomes less an accessibility, but everybody needs it. So it's like if you're in chapter 11, then you have special needs, but if you're in chapter 12, everybody needs it. So it's kind of like moving us into a more inclusive environment by pushing in 1207. So I understand what you're saying in terms of compartments, but it's actually more socially correct, I think, to do the 1207.
Interesting. Thanks for your comments.
Just to give everybody a feel, that would be a room 50 by 50 by 8-foot high ceiling is 20,000 square feet.
And then I
Yeah.
do have,
Yeah, cubic feet.
And that probably holds about 30 kids. And
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a standard classroom.
I don't know if the
It's going to affect another bond measure in the city of Portland, Terry.
They're in for review, but the next bond measure will affect.
I obviously live there, so
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, in
Yeah.
some ways, it's safe to push it through because it's the international code, so you kind of push it through because it's just part of the way that everybody's thinking. On the other hand, it's a fiscal cost, and so to take ownership on for ourselves, we would then need to figure out how that financially would impact, and we get weigh in from the education group. I don't know how to make that happen fast, so
Do any of you know what it costs you to hire an acoustic engineer when you need one? That's going to be the cost.
These are at least
Yeah.
$5,000
yeah.
reports, probably
Oh,
closer
yeah, I
to
was
20.
gonna,
Yeah, because I'm going to guess that's, yeah.
project.
But on the
if you have-
positive, once you do one room, you just got to duplicate it, right? So,
Right, that's what I was going to say. The first room probably costs you the 5,000, and the additional rooms is something less.
They go down. Yeah, good point.
Ugh. And my main reason for adopting it would be that it's what's in the standard language of the code, and that's where we're headed.
yeah, that's where I'm leaning to, Terry.
Yeah.
Just deal with the costs.
Yeah.
I agree.
oh, jeez.
So here's my vote.
Yeah, no, I have the book here and I've been reading the kind of the commentary on it. And it's basically, it's going to be the way of the classrooms are going to be now. So they're going towards the learning disabilities, being able to autisms and
Yeah.
so children with disabilities with hearing and stuff. So basically, it's going to be the cost. The fiscal cost is going to be the major part of this.
And I think most of the bond measures for schools go between 20 to 25 years of livability for the building. So that's a lot of kids that can go through, they get that benefit. So I think even though the costs of the construction are, some percentage of construction and the design costs are high, I still think it's a good investment for the kids.
Right, like
Yeah.
you said, it's over time, the people who are benefiting from it, right?
Yeah, I'm okay with voting it.
Mhm.
And I think for the cost, like we said, it's probably 5,000 for the first room, but then probably substantially less for the additional rooms.
I would expect that the people who are tasked with designing these classrooms have already designed some other classrooms and could run these tests kind of with their own gadget, like an informal test just to see what an occupied or unoccupied but furnished classroom does right now and how close to hitting this mark they already are with their existing design methods.
That's a really
without having
good
to spend
question.
$5,000 to start.
Yeah.
You know.
Just in the normal offices and stuff, the DB level's around 55, and to bring it down to 35 is, in my opinion, pretty substantial. I know that some of the acoustical stuff that you do in auditoriums is around 42, which is still higher than 35. So this is a significant push to get it quieter. And I'm thinking it's not done right now. I don't see anybody who would, I don't know if a school board would head that direction on their own.
So then so there's also material costs then too, probably besides the design. So it might be a 5,000 per room when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I don't know what the materials look like. It's definitely sound absorbing and some type of restriction on the quantity of windows and other hard surfaces, and potentially some cloud type of acoustical pieces to keep that top piece from reverberating back down. Those are the typical styles of acoustical treatments that I see. I don't know what the cost would be per classroom.
Eric, have you guys got somebody in your group, like any acoustical engineers that you could check with them?
We do a lot of smoke. We do a lot of fire. We call the hazardous materials. It's just sound isn't one of those things that we play with. I'm sure I could ask around, but I don't know what group that is yet. We've got 90,000 people. There's bound to be somebody out there, right?
I'm guessing.
Right.
I work with a couple of acoustic engineers fairly often, and I can ask around. And one of them out of Seattle does a lot of code writing, so I can make some inquiries.
Yeah, he probably is already aware of it then.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Janice.
Okay, so it sounds like the committee wants to recommend including this and recognizing 808 of the ANSI standard. And then on the fiscal, we're going to wait to maybe hear back, kind of table that discussion and revisit the entire thing next meeting. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, thanks for that. Here we go. The next one up is 1208 for 12-5 on your matrix, and it is a modification model code to efficiency dwelling units. Laura already has it up there. So you see the new language there, clarifying up in 1208.4. And then also clarifying that in other than our accessible unit types.
Yeah, it's not really a change to anything, is it, Tony?
No. No, I think, well, the required floor area is a change, Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other part of it is simply just clarification.
Yeah.
I think the best part of this is that we have a definition for efficiency dwelling units so that we actually
What that is.
and start scoping this.
Well, I was hoping that you would show us the definition actually, because it says that there's a definition, but I couldn't get to it.
It is a dwelling unit where all permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, and cooking are contained in a single room.
Perfect.
A studio.
Yep. That's been the problem because we've never had a definition, and we had efficiency dwelling units, but what said you had to call it an efficiency dwelling unit? That's what we needed. Perfect. And I like the 190. I think that's good.
All right. Anything else? Thumbs up? Looking good? Okay. 1210.3. This is regarding privacy. So a couple of things here. Model code change. We have public restrooms shall be visually screened from outside entry or exit doorways to ensure user privacy within the restroom. The second portion of that, we are recommending striking, and I think it's just a performance layout, unenforceable requirement. So we're recommending striking that. And then we also have that pointer to within that section to the amendment, the existing amendment that we worked on under the 19 OSSC that we'll take a look at here in a second. So turn it over to you, committee.
I think that looks good.
Looks good.
Thumbs up. Good to go. Okay. The next one here we have is the right there. It is it's noted something different on my matrix, but we have okay. So 1210.3.2, the single user toilet and bathing rooms. As you'll remember, this one was a public proposal from a local government partner under the 19 OSSC process, and we worked kind of like this informally during the committee level, kind of on the fly. Jody helped with that one as well. And this has to do with the occupied indicator. So it looks like based on at that time, there was quite a few devices on the market that had integrated one throw of the hand with the occupied indicator on that. So existing amendment. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay. And on backing up just one on that 12.6 on that privacy issue. I see it as more of a clarification, but does the committee have any questions or any comments related to fiscal on that, where we have to have that screening at the main entrance?
It's what they usually have.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something we point out if we think they've got those kind of issues already. So
more of just a clarification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clarification.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. So the next one up on the matrix, I'm hoping we can just get through 12 here. I know we're running kind of late. I hope we can get through 12. So the next one we have is 1210.4. Oh, yeah, it's 1209.4. Sorry, I think it's numbered 1210.4. Laura's right. When in doubt, Laura's right. So
Laura's right. Yeah.
yes. So those are, again, just fixture clearances, and this aligns with the requirements that are specified in the plumbing code as well. And then it also has that existing pointer at the end. So by the way, if you are required to provide plumbing fixtures per the ANSI standard, then we need to reference that.
I actually wonder if it is 1210.4, if it's right after 1210.3, and it just may be a different number. So the number that is 1209.4 on the screen should really be 1210.4 on the screen. So maybe delete the 9 and add 10. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that looks a little funny, out of place.
I have no idea.
What are your thoughts, Laura?
Yeah. I think I just forgot to remember it.
Okay, thank you.
We had the matrix right, so still Laura's always right. We're sticking with that mantra.
Right.
I agree with that.
I agree.
And it's really not a change, right, Tony? This is what we've always had, right?
Yep, it's existing amendment. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so that brings us to the end of chapter 12, and I think that brings us to the end of our time. Is that right?
Can we just do that? Can we just do chapter 13? It looks really simple. We can take it off our list.
We can do, if you want to. I mean, if everyone wants to stay late to cover 13, we can do it.
It's just one sentence.
Okay. Yep. So there it is. Laura has it up on the screen. There's no changes there. So. I like that. It's better. We finished there.
Yeah, we finished 13 too. Wow. Woo.
I know. So just a little bit of quick business before we go. So we didn't quite get as far as we wanted to. There's a couple items that we're going to have to revisit, bring back for the committee, but that's all right. I think we made it through a lot of information. And on the next meeting, I think what we had in mind was to go to the structural chapters of the code. So I'm thinking we pick up where we stopped. These should be pretty fast, you know, running through 14 and 15, and then maybe we kick 25, 27, and 28 back further, and we just go 14, 15, and then back into order. So 16, 17, 18. Does that sound good to everybody for kind of an agenda? Okay. It sounds good. And anything outstanding? Anything? Who has homework? I know Eric has homework.
Anna.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think I have homework with Kenton. I sent the document off to him with a copy to you and Eric McMullen on the H5 piece. And we'll see. It looks like a 415.11 might fit better, which is the H5 piece.
Okay. Anything else? The next meeting is on, as listed in the agenda, is on that 9th. So the meeting on the 4th got pushed. So just to make you aware of that, it's November 9th is our next meeting.
Oh, so the 4th isn't happening. Okay.
Yep, and it's on the agenda, Terry. It's under item 3 on today's agenda.
All right. I didn't read that close enough. Sorry.
No.
Yeah.
I was just saying, because I think right now we have a little bit of compression going on as far as getting the stuff out. We're trying our best to get everything out for everybody. And so that gives us a little bit of more time in between to get some things prepared. So, all right. Well, I think that'll do it. I appreciate everyone. And as always, we couldn't do this without you. And I know it's a heavy lift and a long meeting. So I'm going to go take a nap.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
But